and Vice Chairman C. Hitesh Pamal, sir. I'll request both of them to please join on the dais. As we all know, the first topic for the day is long form audit report. This audit report format was changed in 2020-21, but at that time we were having a COVID period. So the branches we audited were mostly by the way of remote audit. But now when the things are settled down and we have to go physically to the branches, the selection of accounts, the sample selections is taking a most important task for us because all our audit observations should be reported for the samples selected, and we cannot say that for particular account we checked only this advance portion and we did not check interest or some way, otherwise we did not check the IRAC norms or all something like that. So for that, to discuss those things, we have with us CA Niranjan Joshi sir, and I'll request CA Hitesh Pamal sir, Vice Chairman, to offer him a memento as token of our love and affection. I'll request Hitesh Pamal sir to please introduce the faculty.
Thank you, Piyush. C. Niranjan Joshi, my guru, a 4 a.m. friend, because my experience is also in the bank audit only. And whenever practically while doing the audit of the bank or any branches, basically, if I find any difficulty, I have that liberty that I can call Niranjan sir anytime, right? And he is that expert. As we all know, that he doesn't require any introduction as such. But since I got this privilege, I told him that I will definitely introduce you. Niranjan Joshi sir qualified in the year 1997 and he is a fellow member of our institute. And he has done the DISA and IFRS course also conducted by ICAI. And his professional and core experience is in the area of audit since last 25 years nearly. And he is currently working in the banking and financial sector, and his firm is the Central Statutory Auditor of Union Bank of India. And he is a reviewer for peer review board as well as FRRB of ICAI, and is a co-opted member of AASB for the year 22-23. And he has been a regular speaker in training programs and seminars organized by our institute and all the 5 regional councils, various branches of ICAI across the country, and various study circle in Mumbai too. And he has been a trainer for DIRM course of ICAI and certificate course on concurrent audit of banks of our institute at various centers across the country. And he has dealt with the subjects such as bank audit, fraud in banks, even concurrent audit, stock audit, peer review, accounting standards, standard on auditing, etc. He has been a regular contributor to the bank audit guidance note issued by our institute since 2013. And he has also contributed by writing various articles and papers in various publications related to bank audit issued by our institute and regional councils. And he has been a guest faculty in the past at training centers of PSUs, PSBs, and National Insurance Academy. So with these, I request all of you to let us welcome the today's speaker, first session speaker, CA Niranjan Joshi, a stalwart in bank audit, and then he will deliberate on the issues related to drafting of long form audit report. Please, welcome, sir.
Very good morning to all. WRC Vice Chairman Hitesh Bhai, Regional Council Member Piyush, Amol, our friend from Sindhudurg chapter. He's, I think, convener of Sindhudurg chapter of ICAI, and some of the friends in the audience, and some of the new friends. It's always pleasure to speak at WRC, and this is an annual conference on bank audit. So at the outset, let me thank all of them for giving me this opportunity, and especially to Hitesh Bhai for the kind words he has used. Friends, as I believe, whenever we do bank audit, we interact with a lot of friends for a lot of queries. And that's how we develop our own specialized area. And he has been also a great contributor in our interactions and deliberations for a good number of years now. Friends, when I was told to speak on long-form audit report, I actually thank Ketan for that, because the topic which was allotted to me was different. I said, boss, you have already one full day of deliberations, and on the last day, if I'm going to speak on planning, it will not be worth it. So let us interchange that with, so that at least whatever you have gathered yesterday, I think let us sum it up on how effectively we can write the long-form audit report. Because most of us who do bank audit, ultimately, the objective of this is to give effective reporting of what observations we had in that 4 or 5 days of pressure work, tremendous pressure work. Like you will get an appointment letter somewhere in the last week of March, and then probably if the branch is local, you may go there on 31st of March. But if there is no local branch, then probably 3rd or 4th April only when you reach there. And the day you reach there, the first thing they tell you that last year the auditor took only 1 day to finish my branch. Kuch nahi hai sir branch mein. So that's the point from which on say 8th, 9th or 10th, you try to wind up that branch. You're under tremendous pressure from, various factors. I won't say that only the people give calls to you for not doing an MOC or not looking at an area or not extending the deadline. But still the team size is major problem for all of us. Like some of us are really lucky who continue to have the same team members which they have last year. But most of us are not that lucky. And then ultimately what we believe is that I am the only one who is a team member who is doing bank audit consistently over a number of years. But at the same time, looking at the changed format of long-form audit report, I believe personally that it has a tremendous linkage with standards on auditing. Prior to 2021, when this became applicable, I think the long-form audit report was predominantly an internal control questionnaire. And that internal control questionnaire, it was expected that the branch would keep the statement ready. And your job was to offer your comments based on whatever work you will do as a statutory auditor. You may refine those comments, you may add certain comments at certain points. But now look at this changed scenario and the new long-form audit report which we are issuing for the last couple of years now. What I observe is it is directly linked with your audit procedures. It is directly linked with your standards on auditing. Like he briefly mentioned about selection of sample. I think Piyush said that in his introductory remarks. Like earlier, that was left to the auditor and that was left to your standard audit documentation about what selection you have done. Now, since 2021 LFAR, 5th September 2020 is the circular applicable from 2021 financial year end. You have to mention on the face of it that how many number of accounts you have selected with name, account number, then limit sanction, outstanding amount, and then further your comments on that. Now that is one part of it, for advances, I would appreciate that. But it is not limited to that, There are questions on MIS, there are questions on, compliance with IRAC norms. If you remember in previous version of LFAR, the IRAC norms question was only one, whether the branch has complied with IRAC norms, that's it. And there also people used to write yes as an answer, I was surprised many a times when I see that. Now there are 12 questions and those 12 questions are especially identifying certain specific aspects of this master circular or master direction post April 22 you have to cover. That's where the challenge is, Like if you're selecting only 12 advances accounts or 15 advances accounts based on 10 crores and above or 10% of outstanding advances, that is not the sufficiency of doing the work, Now it's much more. And if you look at every set of questions, like first starts with cash, then bank balance, then RBI balance, then money at call short notice, then investments, then advances, then other assets, then other liabilities. Everywhere, it gives me an impression that SA 200 is invoked. SA 220, auditor quality is questioned. And overall, when I read that, I get a perception that SQC 1 is targeted by the long form audit report, standard on quality control of the firm which is doing audit. Because unless you have a quality team, unless you have a knowledgeable team, unless you plan and perform the activities as envisaged in SA 300, unless you know the business like SA 310, probably you will not be able to comply with the requirements of this revised standard, revised LFAR format. And that's where I believe that, earlier I could easily pass it on saying that this is an internal control questionnaire where, testing of control was sufficient. If you look at the paragraphs which are part of this master circular, they have clearly mentioned that you have to ascertain whether transactions are tested. Now imagine transaction testing. The one word which comes to my mind when I read a word called transaction testing in RBI circular is vouching. And the moment vouching and bank or branch audit, I believe there is a total disconnect in recent times. Am I right or wrong? And can we do an audit without vouching? That's a big question, we have to ask ourselves. But that's happening. We are not getting, access to MIS. There are 4 types of questions where MIS is required to be answered. One question directly on whether bank has MIS. That's a simple question to answer, yes. Because in today's time, the kind of reporting requirements, you cannot have a banking system where MIS is not there. But whether it's made available to you and you get a chance to audit of that is a $1 billion question you have to answer somewhere. Similarly, providing copies of accounts or providing GL statements, PL statements, a big challenge, Whenever an auditor demands for some printout or demands for a statement, I find 2 common answers which I get. First is, anybody wants to say? Server nahi chal raha hai, okay, good. Can you be little louder? See, because after repeated requests, you are still choosing to sit outside this periphery, No, seats are available. Oh, I thought, oh, fine. I thought you were saying seats are occupied. Then I said, let me check my glasses. So you have to be little louder because otherwise I won't listen to you. Printer is not available. Good. Not working. Okay, fine. Yes, sir. Oh, wow. Yes, that's a good answer. Too long report? Anything added with it? Like currently we are, getting G20 and also something related to green earth, something related to save environment. That comes to only when auditor asks for it. Otherwise, they will take printouts and just throw it in front of you during that audit period. Pardon me? But that's not necessarily on your requirement. That's generally for the auditor. Nowadays, they are ignoring auditors, As I said, somebody would start saying that, the last time to ek din mein ho gaya tha, ab itna kyun mang rahe ho? Aisa thodi audit hota hai. Now look at this, all this, they don't understand that it is in their interest that if they provide you this information and if you give them the observations, they are going to be saved. Your job is to report and finish the matter. What happens subsequently is you're a fact finder. I always believe statutory audit is an easy job, because you don't have to check what has happened subsequently to your comments. Somebody who is a reader of that would do it. But the challenge is in the revised environment, now they have a limited responsibility to pass on information to you, but you have more responsibility to test it as an auditor. And most probably all of us would do testing based on reasonable assurance concept. So we do it on a test check basis during the passage of audit process. and then probably you will comment. So now the point of reporting is very crucial because everywhere you will have to specify what's the sample you have tested, and out of that sample testing, what are your observations you are giving in the long form audit report. So to reiterate again, yes, no, not applicable is not the correct answer. It was not earlier also, it was not in this format also, and that's the only thing which has remained constant. The rest all has gone through a substantial change. So maybe next 45 minutes or so, we'll quickly go through it, and then probably we'll throw it open for a discussion. Even before that, I would believe that, this is a topic which I think this is almost a 2-year-old long form audit report. And some of you who are present here would be certainly continuing auditors, then only you are present here. Because looking at the circulars which are being issued in last 15 days or so, I think the scope and coverage of statutory audit based on advances is substantially reducing. So obviously, who are getting audit or who are continuing auditors probably are in the audience. So you are aware of what is to be done. So you may stop me, okay, on this slide, let us discuss 5 minutes. Because otherwise, 1.5 hours for the entire LFAR is not sufficient, You need a full day for that. Also, during my discussion, I would be stressing upon 2 important factors. The first one is documentation, SA 230. Because considering the revised requirements of the peer review, most of the statutory auditors who are with 5 partners or above, who have not undergone a peer review process till now, I mean, those who are not listed company auditors or those who have not been warranted to get a peer review certificate, from 1st April onwards, you would be required to undergo this process. And usually when you sign an audit, that would be normally after 31st March only. That would be the period which would be considered for the selection. And backwards, you'll have to go for 3 years minimum, sometimes 4 years also. And that's the cumulative period picked up by the peer review for selection of testing. And the challenge would be, this would be the first assignment which you will be starting compliance for. And then you will realize, oh, SA 230 is too much. That's the only standard where we are lacking a lot. And other standards we follow generally, but we do not enough document. So I'll try to give you some inputs on what could be a probable document you can keep a file and how you will try to link that document to your audit program and to your audit report so that one composite documentation would establish a fact that audit was planned, performed, and reported effectively. That's the first part. Second part, what's the objective of, having a discussion is that how can we reduce our responsibility to a greater extent and how we can improve our efficiency to a greater extent by just merely following what RBI has asked us to do through LFAR. So let us try that. Somebody would have taken you through the planning process. I would certainly believe that, 2 important factors you should look for. One is ethical compliance, one is technical compliance, and one is regulatory compliance. So I've just kept this for a simple discussion. 2 important points for us to look at is professional competence and due care. Rest all, they are in our blood and we follow it total. But in professional competence, what is happening is, it's very tough for us to look at what's the team which is doing our audit. And when we interact with this branch auditors, we realize that most of the times the auditor, partner or proprietor is the only knowledgeable person in that particular domain. And others are usually not so qualified, not so knowledgeable, not so experienced. And that's where we have to understand that SQC1 compliance has to be looked into our mind. So when you draft your team members, if they are not sufficiently qualified, sufficiently knowledgeable, best takeaway is that, you pick up from the discussions which have today or yesterday, and then probably try to prepare your own training module for them and document that for this particular specialized assignment, you had passed on whatever information and knowledge you possess for doing particular activity at the branch in that 4, 5, 6, 10 days time is being passed on to them, and that is being enough documented. That's my first request to you all. Second request is that look for, I think couple of days back, the guidance note is also published. I'm not sure whether it's a downloadable version fully active because I have not tested, but it should be immediately, So you can download it. You can just have a look at, audit procedures in that. Because most of the times it's pretty same. pretty standard. 22 and 23, not much of a difference. What is the difference I can tell you is that the audit approach has been more stressed upon in this revised edition, so that the statutory auditors who refer to that branch module would get a feedback about, okay, if this is one particular type of area which I have to audit, or this particular question of LFAR, what could be probably my audit procedure which I need to follow. And if you try to search that keyword audit procedure or audit process, you select that, put somebody on the job and copy paste in either of wherever you are comfortable, like a Word or a Excel or wherever, and then try to mark it with your audit program. Again, in appendices, the first appendices is audit program. It's a composite audit program. If you look at Excel, it runs into around 150 sheets, 150 rows. But for plain reading, it takes not more than 10 minutes. And if you have experience enough, it's hardly 5 minutes job. Because it's nothing but all these 6 major areas which you do audit at branch level: assets, liabilities, income, expenditure, other assets, and contingent liabilities. The end. And that is the process flow for technical guide on LFAR also, which was issued in 2021. And that's the same, almost similar process flow in guidance note on audit of banks. So current updated version is available. So just have a look at it. I appreciate that, 800 pages, 10 days, not possible to read entire thing. But at least when the online version is available, you can download it and try to look at least those audit procedure matters, because they are the one which you can directly use in your audit program, standardized checklist, and also audit performance per se. Apart from that, typically in a bank branch audit environment, no doubt, being a technical standard, all standards are applicable, but some of them directly can be linked. Are some which I have listed. Again, for that, we have a technical, publication of ICAI, which allows us to download the entire standards checklist provided by ICAI. And that you can use for at least, some of these standards, which can be useful for your, like, for example, audit planning. Like yesterday would have gone through what should be planned, but how to document it. So a standard checklist of maybe one or 2 pages would help you to create that document for yourself. Similarly, ASA 600. Like most of you would have signed off on a statement last year, which was issued by the statutory central auditor of a public sector bank probably. And they would have asked you to certify that you have followed all the technical standards, professional standards, you have conducted audit as expected by the various regulatory requirements, and then issue this certificate once you complete your audit. So look at ASA 600. It is, day by day growing in scope, and people are realizing that we are moving towards, I think, ISA 600 down the line. So naturally, the responsibility of the consolidating auditor or responsibility of the main auditor is not only to rely on that, but to check whether they are performing according to the expectation. So make sure that that is the point where you can very well write your scope limitation, very well write about your observations which are not being allowed to be carried out in your MOC or maybe long form audit report, or any other point where you could not conclude something, but you wanted somebody else to conclude at a higher level, that you can very well put in. It's not necessarily that you should be able to conclude in 8-10 days, but you should flag that issue to the central auditors and forget there and there itself what you have done. Then the readers would take it further, Many a times I get a feedback from the branch auditor that I have written so many things in my report, but I don't know what happened subsequently. Am I right? Some of you would have felt it at some point of time. You are paid for only to write there, we are fact finders. Finish it there and there itself. Don't get attached to it. Somebody else who reads it, I can assure you, gone are the days where, easily the MOC can be thrown in a dustbin. No, it doesn't happen. Because everybody is aware that in 4 or 5 days or 10 days time, if a branch auditor brings out an MOC, unless there is a different environment, like say, for example, you have got an MOC, you have passed it, branch has also accepted it, and subsequently they contest it. There is a possibility that there is a changed scenario in the next 4 days. Some documents which were missing are being presented. Some facts were missing, which is being presented. So in that scenario, the central auditor may take a different view, but that doesn't change the branch auditor's view. They'll have to pass another MOC to reverse it. It's not that they just throw that MOC. Many a times, like when we interact with central auditors of different banks, nowadays they make sure that every MOC is punched in the system. And subsequently, if anything is to be deleted, there is a trail maintained why it is deleted. Sometimes we go back to the branch auditor and explain that this is a technical requirement. What you have done is not correct. Like say, for example, materiality. Now, as per the materiality standard, you have to decide what is the audit materiality at the branch level. We do not define it in many of the times, we believe that 10% or 10 crores. That's the only materiality drafted and written in our books. But you can define it for every type, like deposits, advances, income, expenditure. Anything between 1% to 10% of total outstanding could be a simple point to start with. And if the MOC which you have passed is below that materiality threshold, naturally, it is not warranted that entry would impact my true and fair view. Say, for example, in case of your appointment letter, you would find that MOC can be passed for income, expenditure, asset, liability up to X amount. Below that, the rectification entry should be passed at the branch is what is generally suggested and you accept it. Even after that, we get MOCs of 1 rupee, 5 rupees, 10 rupees. So can you imagine what's the time which the bank management takes to post those entries? How much time the auditor would take to review those entries and understand what's the impact it's going to do? But I appreciate if it is it's a process error, it's a systemic error, and even if the amount is less, but you may not conclude that this would ultimately lead to or extrapolate to a larger sample or a larger amount. I appreciate. That is a perfect thing. And this happened in 2021. We got one case from one branch auditor where they said that the trail for which account was classified by system as NPA and which was upgraded was not made available. Hence, I am unable to understand how many risk-based accounts are identified by the system. So you are required to do it. It was part of an MOC where there was no amount and all everything. But I said, what auditor wanted to tell me is that you identify that there is a risk, there is a gap, which I am not able to identify at the branch level. No doubt, after a year or so now, the bank, you name any bank, the system of classifying a particular account as NPA is now robust and it is very well settled. Now, what remains is you have to define what would be your sample. So this year, probably in long form audit report, you would have more sample size selected for say quality of input data. Like say, for example, in case of account master of NPA, you would check 20 major items like date of sanction, date of NPA, rate of interest. Then you would check probably memorandum entry for interest, other than interest, anything which is charged like advocate fees, which is expenditure booked as P&L account, but it is in memorandum books recoverable if the money comes in, or valuation, and then the dates of valuation, amounts of valuation. So all those things would be more now selected as a sample rather than testing only NPA accounts for testing. Like you will start with SMA2, no doubt. But now that's not the only criteria. Earlier, we used to spend around 50% of our time only in NPA, another 20% on advances, and which comprises only 40 to 50% of my total asset side. And we also have liabilities. And in liabilities, there are around 12 questions in LFAR. We'll see what answers we give normally, maybe next 15 minutes onwards. So to some extent, some standards gives you a good guide about what you could probably try and document it, because long form audit report, the questions would be answered based on what's the sample you selected. You cannot write an answer which would be affirmative in nature, saying that yes, it's being done, or no, it's not being done, or it's not applicable at the branch. But it would be done, yes, we have tested a sample of 20 accounts, and out of those sample testing, our observations are as under, and then we probably write, so that we take responsibility only to the extent of what work we did for testing in that. Also, it helps us to identify whether we are complying with professional skepticism. Sir, I'll come back to you. As per ASA 200 also, like if that 10% or 5% sample which we select, if we find that there is a gap, we go back, we increase the sample size. Again, satisfied or not satisfied. If not satisfied, again go back, move to substantive testing, and then finally conclude whether I can give a true and fair view based on this particular item. So somewhere we have to go back and fall on our basic requirements of standards on auditing when it comes to some of the questions of LFAR. Sir, please. Sir, you can sit and ask. Please, please, please. Yeah. Water bottle, please. Sorry, yes. Bank statement. If you are going to give a certificate, yes, you should issue a UDIN number, and you should make sure that your certificate is also in the format as prescribed by Guidance Note on Issuance of Special Purpose Reports and Certificates, 2016 revised edition. If you ask me honestly, I think most of you will agree with me that a signature without a UDIN, nobody will recognize. Earlier, in balance sheet also, people used to put a round stamp and sign. Projected reports, even today I find, I don't know where from they get courage to sign. There is a specific standard which talks about how you certify SRS, I think. Standard on related service, how to write a report for projected financial statements, which are the responsibilities you can take, which are the responsibilities you cannot take. But still I find, in project report, and the answer which, really funny answers I get, they'll say, bank ne bola tha isliye maine kar diya. Then I casually ask them one more question, how much fees they paid? Nothing. It's part of your IT assignment, Yes. Okay. Correct. My personal answer would be no. Because I personally never visited such cases. There are documents enough based on which you can take a call. Also, we don't have time. How many of you can afford to visit a particular customer of a branch? Will there be a time available? I sometimes don't feel like I could finish my audit in that 5 days. I have to give so many disclosures. Yes. So there is a punishment to them, they have to not to use mic and they have to speak loudly. Because they're not coming and occupying the front seats. Yeah, please. No, absolutely not. Nothing is 100% boss. It's purely based on your standard practice till the time you are satisfied that my materiality benchmark is not broken or not being compromised. My sample selected is sufficient enough to give a true and fair view. I think what sample you select would be an ideal sample. I would request that since we are taking advances as a benchmark in long form audit report, 10% above is must. So if my outstanding balance is say loan book, like that's the first thing we ask them, when we get an appointment letter. Because no, because we know how much work we have to do. We have to plan the work. Say 300. Fees is secondary, boss. Let's talk from the standards. So this is the book. You can make sure that it's easy, easily downloadable. All checklists you modify according to your requirement. Guidance note, it's already available almost for 10 years. Numbers are increasing, no doubt, pages, but I can tell you, if you have observed minutely last 3 years, there has been a constant effort to reduce the material, which was reproduction of circulars, and more audit approach has been put into it. And that's the change, and that's the reason I think around 30 or 40 pages of audit procedure in A4 size would be good enough to be a standard material you can carry to the branch. And that's the reason this time also section 2 is now for branch auditors. So you don't have to carry the entire book. But I don't know whether that book is still available in publication counter, because today when I saw it, it was not there. So I think it must be on the way. Online is already available. I think all of you have that. Anybody who doesn't have guidance note 23? No, I think all of them have it. So that's the total requirement. And in documentation, what we need is, we need a link for everything. Starting from program to what is executed, from executed, what is brought into report, and the document should speak for this entire activity has been done. So let's see how we can do it. Standard report formats, all of you can download from the guidance note. Check whether the branch has issued you standard formats, which are as updated, as latest as this one. Because those who are continuing auditors, you might have received already appointment letters. No? Anybody who has received an appointment letter or a consent letter yesterday? I think 4 banks have already issued it. Yeah. So, I mean, the list is already final. Closing circular of most of the banks is also final. But some of the banks have knowledge about this particular guidance note which was coming in. So now they would update the audit report format according to this. If not updated, then kindly go through it. That's the request. 2 reasons for that. Some updates are being done to some of the formats. Like there was a numbering issue in one, there was some number which was wrongly punched last time. So some correction has been done. So have a look at it. Rest all, this is just merely an understanding that standard SA 700 would give you some reporting requirements. MOC, like, we faced a lot of difficulties. Wherever you have given an MOC, I would request that in long form audit report, you please give an elaborate understanding of why this MOC, what were the documents based on which you have done it, and how you have concluded that this adjustment entry is required for confirming your true and fair view. Many a times, a mere MOC reference in main audit report, and then the format which is prescribed by the bank also has got very limited narration, based on which it's not easy to understand why a particular MOC is being passed. I'll give you an example, like provision not done as per the closing circular. Common, it happens, like rent, 12 months rent is not debited. So you may provide for 1 month rent. Or say typical example is when there is a dispute between a landlord of a branch, say bank is currently paying 100 rupees per square feet rent. The landlord has asked for 200 and bank has already offered 150. Classic case, I'll tell you, this is commonly observed query. And bank has already consented to that landlord that 150 is agreeable. And still bank provides only 100. That's not correct. Then bank should provide for 150 because they've already agreed. So it's a liability. And only remaining 50 till the time it is inked out would remain a contingent liability. Sometimes bank even don't show that 200 minus 100 is a contingent liability. In that contingent liability is not acknowledged as debts. There is a specific question in LFAR now on that. So to assess whether it's being done or not. So if the MOC is recommended, then this breakup of that MOC has to be elaborately given somewhere. Otherwise, the reader would never understand why an amount X is provided, why an amount Y is added as part of, contingent liability. So something of that kind. So you should make sure that this is also being elaborately given in long form audit report. Don't give cross-referencing, but because they are independent reports. So in main audit report, don't say that kindly refer to LFAR. Something of that side. You can reproduce it. Yes, sir. Huh, that's good. Huh.
So 150, we agreed and we are paying 100. So 150, where should we deposit and should we mark where?
The bank would have its own policy on such cases. To my knowledge, most of the banks, unless the revised L&L is signed, L&R is signed, they don't give the payment. So they don't make payment more than what is continued. Once they sign off the agreement and the revised lease deed is signed, then only that agreed amount is paid. So most of the banks have their own policy. So
Agree,
follow
sir.
that policy.
But what I say that when landlord doesn't take and bank is willing to pay, then whatever rent comes for the year, where this bank should show.
Sir, actually, you are deviating from your own question. What you said clearly that borrower is not interested in continuing. Now, in this particular scenario, you are not saying that. See, if he is not continuing, then there is no question of paying extra, sir. It's discontinued. So bank will not make any provision. What I said is bank is willing to continue. Then there is a question of making a provision. Sir, in your case, there is no question of making any provision because borrower is not, the landlord is not interested in continuing. So where is the question of bank agreeing to payment?
But bank has to show the rent no for
So
full
that-
year.
What is as per the last agreement? That's it. They'll not do anything.
Agree.
Huh.
But landlord has refused to take.
So bank will make a demand draft and keep it in their book. Simple. That's also suggested in their policy. Each bank has its own. Like in some cases, the landlord is expected to maintain an account in the bank and they automatically credit to the account. They can still continue doing that. Otherwise, they can generally issue a PO or a DD and keep it if he doesn't come and takes it. But that should be a normal practice, that every month or prior to that dispute, they were also taking it.
But sir, I come to know that people suggest that banks should deposit some amount to the court and
Then you should talk to those people who suggest you that. They will give you more idea. I will never suggest you that. Because I am not a consultant of the bank. I am an auditor. I will look into what is there in papers. I'll stop there. I'll not go and stretch beyond it. Am I right? How many of you will try to see what the consultant is giving? I need only what is to be provided or not to be provided. Whether they want to go in dispute or not, I am not least bothered. I'm a doctor who does post-mortem, right? I'm not the doctor who gives a medicine. This we have already discussed. Along with that, there is one more technical guide, which is technical guide on IFCO FR. Now, this is also quite nicely linked with the revised format of LFAR, because since the very nature of long form audit report is internal control questionnaire, naturally, lot of compliances from this are being brought into on testing controls. And in banks, every transaction has a control on top of it. And as an auditor, we first test those controls and then do transaction testing. Our sample is selected based on our understanding, like SMA2, if the numbers are large, then we'll start testing with SMA2 numbers. If not, then we'll start with SMA1. And if not, then we'll start with SMA0. What is that? Nothing but based on the risk-based understanding that what would be the major accounts which would have a risk of becoming NPA or a potential becoming NPA when we are testing NPA. Similarly, in case of advances, why would we select 10% and above? Because they would comprise larger chunk of amount outstanding as on date, which is yet to be recovered. Or in case of deposits, we'll try to see early warning signals or, CTR reports or STR reports to identify whether KYC AML is complied, because that is one of the stringent legal requirements and legal compliance has to be done 100%. So that's the risk which we will try to. So something which is explained very nicely in this publication and nicely being linked to some of the questions. So I thought I would take you through on that. Again, these two slides, 24 and 25, like we have discussed till now, this only, like what you should not do. Because what to do, it's simple question, Like whether the bank is maintaining cash balance, which varies significantly from the limits prescribed. The question itself is so simple. I've seen people writing yes also here, without reading whether it's very significantly. The answer should be no if at all you want to give a clean sheet. And when we ask on a phone call saying, sir, you have mentioned yes, to mention that there is nothing which is above the limit. I said, then you should say no. So the first thing is, The line is meant for those who don't read it. Please read it. Our reading is, nowadays very, very restricted, I call it reading is only on need to know basis. Like the access which we have in computers, You all know physical access or logical access is both based on need to know basis. Our reading is also restricted to need to know basis. But please, my request, LFAR, you can't do that. कि गूगल में है, अरे निरंजन जोशी वही आए थे, उनका ही पीपीटी है फाइनल. No, I may have also made mistakes. So read the circular once. Check that all the same questions are appearing. And also make sure that if you read once the question, it takes hardly 2 minutes to draft what is the work you have to do in that. It takes another 1 minute to explain your junior most team member that भाई ये 4 paper ले लो, that's good enough. I'll look into it. और ये 4 paper ले लो, इसको इस तरह से analyze करो, इसको इस तरह से लिख दो. Your work is done. Similarly, wherever possible, make smaller checklist. I don't know whether yesterday somebody would have shared with you or not. ICI is proposing to get a what you can say, an audit tool. I don't know how quickly it will be made available, but there great efforts are being taken that it should be available by maybe another 5 days or 6 days, so that you go to the audit, it will be made available to you. So there would be standardized checklist of maybe 5 questions, 7 questions, or 10 questions for every small area of work. So that's also kind of suggestive checklist in supplement to your LFAR requirements or in supplement to your audit program, which is drafted. So such checklists, if you can prepare for your own, they are very good. Like say, for example, there is one question about submission of stock statement. So you may give 3 or 4 types of questions to your team so that they will understand when we go to the branch was exactly 1, 2, 3, 4 things I'll follow. And then I'll come to conclusion that yes, stock statements are received. Number 2, generally they are received within time. Number 3, they are properly recorded in, account master. Number 4, MIS also generates a reasonably comfortable report. So I am okay with it. Otherwise, ulta exactly, Stock statements irregular, documentation poor, not recorded and updated in CBS system. 4, cannot rely on the CBS MIS report because input data quality is bad. Now, either way, unless you draft some questions, your team will not be able to test what to do. And that's where some smaller checklist based on your experience, which obviously you can go and sit back, relax on Sunday also and do it, because it's based on your experience. If don't have direct one, refer to LFAR guidance note, technical guide. For every question, elaborate questionnaire has been given. At least 4 to 6 questions in every LFAR point. And that is good enough for you to test it. I'll share that with you in maybe last 10 minutes of our discussion. Wherever possible, include facts, figures, and examples in your report. Because unless you write that, there is no meaning attached to it. We'll see a couple of questions where I'll try to elaborate what I mean to say by this, like wherever you can write facts, figures, or give some narrative which would be useful for the reader to understand what work you have done and what is your objective to write this particular point, so that they can take it forward for bank as a whole. Observations resulting in adjustment, no doubt MOCs. I've seen many auditors even in 22 passing on MOCs in long form audit report without actually passing a MOC. Like in LFAR, there are 12 questions I said on IRAC norms. In one of them, they mentioned except 1, 2, 3, 4 accounts, wherein the account should have been classified as NPA. Who has stopped you from issuing a NOC? Since 2012, the banks, RBI, IBA, statutory auditors all have agreed that a MOC can be issued only by the branch auditor. That's good enough. There is no compulsion that the branch manager should sign for affirmation. They can write a dissent. And most of the public sector banks, at least I can tell you, the format of MOC has this one particular thing where they have to put a signature. They have to write whether I accept this MOC or I dissent. And if I dissent, what comment I should write for dissent for the branch manager. So there is no need that you have to convince that particular branch manager for any adjustment you have to do. But still I find people passing on MOCs here. Imagine, friends, if you know the structure of statutory central auditors processes, the MOC's main audit report is tested first. and then the consolidation happens. And for consolidation of LFAR, we get around 30 days from the end of signing or date of signing or 30th June, whichever is latter. So many a times it may happen so that if you have put a comment in long form audit report, can be skipped. But again, auditors also do change their processes. So the moment we got to know that people pass on like this, we have now tested it twice. Once for the financial statements consolidation, once for LFAR consolidation. So once my team looks at all the LFARs, only to point out whether there are any MOCs which are passed here. If yes, we try to document it and we get a sign from the branch auditor. If not, then we'll have to pass the MOCs. And then second time we'll go through the narrative answers to consolidate that as a bank as a whole. Thanks to many public sector banks, they have done this digitized. So we get to do it twice easily. Earlier, doing that physical exercise daily was, 2 times was really difficult. Also take representations wherever required. SAP IIT doesn't talk about only MRL, Like if something which your documentary evidence is not sufficient, you can very well take a comfort letter and process further. Many a times, branch auditors feel that who reads my report? So for them, the last line, at least 2 individuals read it thoroughly. First one is the consolidating SCA, that is statutory central auditor. Number 2 is the branch manager. Because within certain period of time, 15 days or 30 days, they have to give a compliance. And mind you, this entire compliance goes up to audit committee of the bank. And it goes straight away to the statutory central auditors and inspectant team of RBI. Now the SSM team. Special supervisory managers. And everything goes to them. The smallest of the point in LFAR is read. So there are good number of readers of your LFAR. Give everything what you want to give it there. Finally, don't do anything in good faith. Do it based on what you verify, what you see, what you document, what you vouch. So you can please some of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time. ठीक है, चलता है, ऐसा ही होता है. They are all the words which you should forget when you enter the branch. Nothing is in good faith here. The moment you go there, you are next to God only. But the moment you go out, or you just sign that statements, the last sheet is signed and then they'll consider you as strangers, Till that time, they will be taking you to the best of the restaurant. If you got the chance to do outstation audit. Best of the restaurant, simple definition across all banks. 3 to 4 hours, the auditor should not come back. That is the definition of best restaurant. Don't take your article students. Even if you take them, don't tell the branch that they are article students. Tell them that they are audit assistants. Because if you say that they are article students, one of the officers would tell them that, sir, there is a temple here. Ma'am, there is a temple here. वहां एक बार मत्था टेक के आओ, एग्जाम तो कुछ भी नहीं पास हो जाएगा. Then whole day those guys would be interested कि मैं वहां कब जाऊं. We have also gone through that process. So we know how much crucial is that 10% or 15% of God's hand in our passing this examination. So we don't want to lose any opportunity, You always tell them that after we sign off, you go wherever you want. You stay there one day and finish the documentation. Along with that, you can finish your work as well. Some of the slides I have kept in the presentation, I think they would have given it to you also, is like, look at this. This brings me to the board a concept that this is an attestation function. Transaction testing, providing inputs to SCAs. So SA 600, SA 299. Transaction testing, SA 200, sampling, everything is covered. Without naming that it is picked up from standards on auditing. Look at this threshold fixed for different purposes. What does it mean? Nothing but go and follow standards. Transaction detailing, data integrity, data related control system, processes, MIS. This part of the text of the circular. Let's go through some of the questions which I believe, we should look for. But before that, if you see this slide, you will come to know what should be given to your team members. This is how normally I give it to my team members. Like, take all the questions on the left-hand side and give them basic checkpoints, which are generally based on your own knowledge, your experience, your team's experience, and your team's exposure to different level of bank audits till now. And most importantly, not the last one, but the least one is, what is the business complexities involved at the branch? Like say, if you go for a asset recovery branch, then all this would be useless to them because this normal business will not happen there. So straight away, delete the checkpoints and say that only sundries, suspense. There you can continue. Rest all advances, normal business will not be there. Deposits, normal business would not be there. Remove it and say that not applicable. Matter over. And then there is a standard checklist, 7 points, only for asset recovery branch. Bring it on top. Say that you do this, good enough. And there you give more guidance. Also give guidance in such fashion that as if you are narrating them what to do, so that it helps that it's uniformly done in all the 2 or 3 branches which you do. Sorry, now 3 branches this year, I know it's not possible because the RBI circular itself says that you can give maximum 2 branches. But earlier I remember, those who were individuals and who used to get 3 branches, then there are 3 members starting the audit at same time, then it's really tough to coordinate, So look at this, cash maintained in effective joint custody, review effectiveness of joint custody of cash vault ATM, and then you can go on further adding it. Similarly, wherever you find that, there is a question where you need to have more stress, like use some color combination. Like here, what I've done is all the new things which have been brought in by the circular, I have done this gray marking so that I am aware that for this, my team is yet to be well versed to do testing. So here I need to give little more elaborative one. Say, for example, verify cash with ATM, tally with amounts balance in the respective ATM based on the year-end scrolls generated. Can you imagine? Will it ever tally? Unless there are no transaction from end of the day of the branch till that, otherwise it will never tally. Because the ATM switch ends at calendar time, So it will be ending at 12 o'clock and my branch will end at 4 or 5 o'clock. So there would be some transactions hit. Either they would be hit by outside customers of different banks, my customer of different branches, sometimes my customer of my branch. So all that possibilities would have to be reconciled at least by one auditor at 31st March 2023. That's the expectation. So for that, whatever you wish to say, you can type it here. Obviously, there is a limitation on writing number of lines in a presentation, but ultimately it will be readable. I'll certainly take you through in next 10 minutes an Excel sheet where I've tried to link it with an elaborative point. Similarly, like wherever you have a control requirement, like look at IFCO-FR, look at guidance note point, or look at an audit program point. You may, like say, for example, balance confirmation. Now, balance confirmation is where, you need to give some guidance. Why? I'll tell you. In manual era, the day book used to be cash, bank, transfer, then the cash clearing and transfer, 3 left and right. Now, because of computerization, the day book is out of question. How many of you carry a copy of a day book of 31st March when you go for an audit? I doubt. But still, every public sector bank I know prints that as a report. You can take a print of it. It gives you good insight about what has happened on 31st March. Because you'll have a debit transaction and credit transaction trail in it. And if you know how to go to sub-ledgers based on that, you can pinpoint a particular transaction also that, okay, this is the trail when you can take it. Say, for example, there is a bank balance appearing in the trial balance of the branch which you are auditing. And you open the previous audit report, LFAR, and you find that the auditor has written not applicable. What will happen? I've seen it recently in one of the cases of branch auditors. The auditor called me saying that, sir, I am auditing a X branch. It was in Delhi. So I was a little bit aware of the location of the branch. And sir, they have a bank balance, which is stagnant because they only had GL print, right? They don't have the bank statements. Then only there will be a reconciliation. And the previous 2 audit reports I have seen LFAR, the auditors have mentioned not applicable. I said, fine. I said, ask the branch. That we verbally asked, they said that there is no bank balance. I said, now issue a memorandum. That is, issue a query or issue a audit memo in writing and tell them that they should reply. The moment he issued it and took an acknowledgement, the branch manager became active. Because till then, nobody was pursuing that matter, you know. Everybody was in good faith, accepting if not there, not there. You will be surprised, they couldn't trace the branch where they had account. There was, the file itself was missing from the bank. They again called me, sir, they are searching frantically, they are not able to find. I casually asked them, how old is this branch? You can ask them. He said, sir, more than 35 years old. I immediately told, go to XYZ bank, which is just nearby. They will be having account there. Because in that particular area, 97 to 2005 was the time when three private sector banks opened large branches, and their target was all these banks because they got clearing for them that circle. You will be surprised. Luckily, it was a jackpot, you can say. They went to that branch which I suggested and they found the account there. Now it's not common. Nowadays, you don't find people opening a bank account because lots of other methods, you know. Like I don't need cash, first of all. If you know, NPC has just recently published numbers that more than 100 crore transactions were posted on a single day. And now it will become a trend, I suppose, which is a digital transaction. So really the cash transactions have reduced, and when the cash transactions have reduced, I don't need a backup branch account. Also, the clearing is now almost centralized. T+1, it goes through images. I don't have to reach to the branch within the deadline of 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock to submit my check for clearance. No doubt, the clearing 1, clearing 2 is still continued, that if you submit it below so-and-so date, time, your check would be processed faster. But now even second tranche after lunch also goes. And that also take equally T+1 transaction time. So really the necessity of that is gone, but what risk it has got is what I'm trying to tell you. Recently, I've come across a fraud case using such account. There was a balance in that in the books. I don't know about what the balance was in the ledger account, in the bank passbook, but in their ledger account, there was a sufficient balance, close to around 10 crores. It was meant for a specific purpose. There was a book entry passed by hitting that GL, crediting a loan account to regularize the loan account, including recovery of all earlier days interest, earlier unrealized charges, everything. And within 7 or 8 working days, there was a reversal of transaction, all in GL only. There was no posting in the bank book. A new loan was disbursed. From that entry, so a new loan was again opened up in the bank statement. Now, when you come to this particular question, the question is very tricky. Question says 2 things. 1, have you looked at closing balance confirmation, and have you checked the reconciliation? Whereas as an auditor, when you link it with audit program, naturally you would go for vouching, you would go for testing of odd number of months for testing for transaction and some ledger scrutiny also. That is missing from my audit program. So naturally in my reporting also it is missing, and that's where we need to link it. Now this has happened, which is brought to the notice by the RBI inspectors. Now imagine what the auditor is doing now. This is not brought to the notice by the branch auditor. This is brought to the notice by the inspection team. I'm sure certainly there would be some white paper and a black print on it, which has come to that auditor. And he would have also tried to send something on white paper and a black ink, provided he had sufficient audit documentation. SA 230. If he or she doesn't have that, then I'm sure where he's going to go next. And you are also aware of it. So the point is, the suggestive testing points should be based out of your experience of number of years, whatever 5, 10, 20 years you have been doing audit. and then try to link it with our basic SA 200 vouching, verification, sample, ledger scrutiny, and whatever all that as well. Because only writing a report is not sufficient. It will not be effective. It will be only effective when we'll try to see that one slide, where planning, execution, then reporting, and then documentation, all is in sync. So you can go on doing this. What I've done is, we'll skip this up to the last slide of question, and then I'll try to take you through something which my team does over a number of years for doing and overtaking all this. Just give me a second. I have a link here to go to that. Otherwise, I'll have to. Till then, any question specific you want me to cover, please, I would try to cover that. Or anything on this, or you want to share something? Yes. So you can sit and ask the question, not a problem. Sir, generally, I would suggest, you should list out all the types of advances on the left-hand side: CC, term loan, LCBD, bank guarantee, then LCs, anything. And then first thing what you should do, ask for is that list of advances. And then based on that total numbers, first selection criteria would be 10% or 10 crores, whichever is lower. So that is to be done 100%, first table. Second table, I normally pick up bottom 10, like the lowest of the balances, 10 accounts, so that I get a sample of highest 10 or lowest 10 both. And then in between, every type of facility, depending on number of loans, 1 account, 2 accounts, or 5 accounts. Now again, that is random sampling, what I said. You have to convert that into a statistical or scientific sampling by selecting maybe probably any amount, outstanding amount with a number of 1, you will check all accounts. Or any account number of loan ending at 2, you will select. Then it automatically becomes a statistical or a scientific sampling. But the objective is that out of the total population, you should deal with every type of loan account and then come to a conclusion that my overall sample is sufficient or good enough for me to come through, test it, and then conclude that I can give a true and fair view. Same thing you can do with deposits also. Like you can select maybe 5 accounts of every type of deposit, say term deposit, saving account, current account. Then you may select 5 accounts which are dormant, which are converted from dormant account to normal account. Then you may select 5 accounts of overdue deposits and check what was the reason why they were still overdue. So anything that you can pick up. But ultimately, first thing is that you check control. Second thing is you check testing of sample as envisaged in LFAR, and obviously as envisaged in SA 200 or other standards on auditing, and then document. So you can do that. Where did you come from? That RBI circular which is under rounds in WhatsApp? No, I won't agree to that, because do you really think that a auditor in a listed company covers 80% of transactions for auditing? No. What they say 80% means they expect that 80% of the advances are lying in, say, 500 branches, then they should be covered by audit. And they all know audit is a reasonable assurance. They don't expect that you check 100%. So it's not like that. So I believe anything above 50% is a good comfort for you because this is a one-time client. This is not a repetitive client. See, in a repetitive client, you may go below 50% also to ascertain that the systems and procedures are in place. Controls are being tested and verified. There is no case of compromise which have come to your notice, either by external evidences or by your testing. So you can satisfy. Ultimately, that's a 4-letter word, RISA. How do you assess that? That's the choice. But I don't see that it's mandatory. Like take an example. Yeah. No, I can stop here, no problem. You're the next speaker, huh? I thought you're pushing me hard. I still have 12 minutes easily. I can take it up. Is it in the nature of agriculture loan or gold loan? Because these are the only two loans where such kind of scenario happens. In both cases, this is a fraud account, I would say. There is a new question called suspicious fraud. In the case which you mentioned that where credit is first and debit is second, it's a fraud account. So have you issued a qualified audit report or a negative assurance, or you have not audited it, you have left it? I don't agree with it. This is not a practice. If it is a practice, then it is to be supported by the loan policy of the bank. And the loan policy will never say that for repaying a loan, a new loan should be sanctioned. Not possible. So you should have reported this as a suspicious fraud. If I would have been an auditor and if I get this answer, what I would do is either I issue a modified report saying that these are our accounts which should be classified as NPA. I don't have this much time to classify it as NPA. So kindly make it NPA and then consider my report. Simple. Or I would give a disclaimer and with a notice that the central auditor should look for these 450 accounts where this is observed. Or I should sit there, put 10 team members, pass MOCs, and then decide whether after changing of this, is it impacting my true and fair view? But it may not be material, for my true and fair view, then I can still give true and fair view. Because only one non-compliance is a regulatory non-compliance. That too in one type of loan. So there are multiple choices. Case to case basis, you have to take a call. See, I'll tell you, for judgment, you cannot rely on outsider. The judgment has to be the auditor's judgment. And then even after you ask me a query, I will not be able to visualize the way you are facing it. So there would be always a gap even if you ask a query. No doubt, I'll try to come closer to what you said. That's the reason I could correlate that. Ideal situation would be for one day they should keep it clean. That's the risk they should take. Palta. Anybody who has done audit in North India, this is a concept called Palta. So you should tell them that you take a risk for one day and I'm okay with it. All KCC loans, you will find this happening. So I suggest that you as an auditor should write instead of only the NPA, leave that NPA, Instead, you say that there is no end use verification in these loans. Why can't you write that? Can you say that assessment of credit was poor because within 3 hours of application, the loan was processed? The branch management in case of gold loan could not verify whether valuation was done. Or in case of agriculture loans, you would very well say that whether the crop was standing, when was the last crop sold, what was the receipt from APMC, was not verified. That below 3 lakhs, huh? Thanks to one of the ex-prime ministers, he brought the scheme somewhere in 2004 and it continued 2007, 2008. Yeah. You also say that they have not seen anything in it, as simple as that. Why can't you say that? Like agriculture and gold loans, I agree. This is a common difficult point I have seen. But I think you should write like this and then conclude. If you keep it open, I'm sure that it will be missed out somewhere. As I said, nothing to be done in good faith. Am I right? I said this in the beginning that because everywhere chalta hai, hota hai, hum aisa hi karte hain, that doesn't mean that you agree with it. That's the reason I said, you find out a solution for that. Okay, if I say that you are doing wrong, they feel offended. Instead, you say that, sir, you have not done compliance to your own policy. It's very tough for them to defend that. So end use of funds, there is no exemption for agri loans and gold loans. That's the reason they put a tick on personal demand. I said, you tell me how personally you have verified it. Number two, in this case, is sometimes you will find cash receipt and cash payment. That cash payment is not permitted. It has to be credit to the saving account, then only end use is done. Unless they go to the ATM and withdraw through that KCC, I agree. But that doesn't happen in case of such cases which you are telling me. So there is plenty to it. And these are reported cases, I tell you. What central auditors do if such case comes to them? Can anybody answer? If I am a central auditor, I would straight away extrapolate it to the sample and I will make a provision. I cannot go and dig into which accounts, which numbers. Simple. So there would be an ad hoc provision based on the sample which you recommend. So you would say that, okay, my branch, 70% of one particular facility. Obviously, you have to give elaborative like account code, which type, which sector, and then I'll try to see whether it has happened only in that particular taluka, that particular district, or that particular state, or it's across the country. But nowadays, I think most of the banks have understood it. They take a risk for one day and then they do it. If you get a chance to do a agri branch this time, kindly check and update me what's the update. But with 1 day gap, I suppose. No, you don't think so. Yes, sir.
And with all formality completed, documentary evidence, name, Aadhaar card, PAN card, shop license, then material was purchased, material was paid by the bank, and systematically he did not pay anything, and the loan was put in and written off.
In written off.
What put is in a NPA, and there was no recovery.
Okay.
Systematically, all formalities were done, and systematically it was put to NPA. Now, 3 or 4 cases in one branch we have come to know. Then we asked to the manager बोला था ये आपने देखो आप कार्रवाई तो पूरी की है, अभी वो नहीं हुआ तो अभी मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, मेरे पास में कोई इसका चारा नहीं है. Then again we thought something, then we come to know that there is a collusion of political party and bank manager, and they have purposely searched this type of people and make this arrangement, and the fund is siphoned off. In this case, should we write anything or
Suspected fraud. You should write this as a suspected fraud and submit the documents. If it is more than 1 crore, write to RBI straight
no,
away.
not 1 crore.
No,
1
if
lakh, 2 lakh.
all collective, if you feel like it goes beyond 1 crore, you can write to RBI straight away. No, even if loan is of any type, but still, if you feel that it's a suspected fraud, if it is more than 1 crore, you can go to RBI. Less than 1 crore, you can write to the chief vigilance officer of the bank, write to chairman, managing director, central auditors everywhere. Finish. That's your job.
In some cases, can we directly contact to the central auditor?
All cases you can. Only thing, the case should be first written to them so that they'll get time to understand what is your case. And if they do not revert back, then you call them.
Okay.
Because usually email addresses and all provided. So the questions, like this is what I have got. Is it visible to all? Yeah.
Detected say of 2 lakh rupees and the net profit of the branch is 2 crore. So then do we need to pass an MOC for that amount? I mean,
Amount is,
2 lakh rupees revenue.
if it is
leakage?
above the benchmark of your materiality which you have agreed, yes.
Okay, so 2 crore is the net profit of the branch and 2 lakh is the revenue leakage that we have detected. So, I mean, maybe it is one.
That is your judgment,
Okay.
whether it's affecting true and fair view. Because I believe anything which changes with 1%, 2%, 5% has to be first identified. And then if it is that beyond that, then you may qualify your audit report. That may not be a qualification which the central auditor would carry, because for them, this will not be material. Like say 10 crores materiality is for the branch auditor. For a central auditor doing consolidation of a zone where the total advances are 20,000 crores, he may not look even if 100 crore MOC which is missed out. But that's not going to impact the trial balance. They will say that get it past today and matter over. So it depends on what is your maturity. Like a bank which I'm signing is around say 15 lakh crore total size. Then 150 crore is my benchmark. Below 150 crore, I don't look at it. No doubt, I don't leave it. I get the entry passed today. But above that, it may change my profitability or it may change my asset liability, something of that kind, so that you can decide. Similarly, you can look at it, revenue leakage, right? Let me see whether, because this is a live sheet which I have brought. Look at this, revenue audit report. Like how the documentation and how the process flow should establish that. Like this is the audit program. So he said revenue auditors have identified something. So the question is whether revenue audit report is verified by my team. Then E and F is the name of a person who would have done it from my team. Their observation is that received revenue audit report, checking in CBS whether revenue is recovered or not is pending by us. No, so I'll come to that. Wait, give me a minute. Then where is to be reported? It's linked here. The ultimate conclusion has to go to LFAR 3 and 7A. Further, check Feb report of concurrent auditor, check recovery of revenue, items of revenue done. And then here you may probably write, if not done, pass MOC. That's it. This is what documentation is expected. Once this is written, the person who will pass a MOC would say that MOC 19 or 20. This is all foolproof. Then from here, you go to LFAR. And then here, you can very well select that particular revenue audit report. And then probably you can write it there, I think it's not there directly, it would be part of one cell. So the point is, my audit program has a particular point. Then it talks about what process my team has carried out. What is observation will be brought in here. And then these first two columns, E and F, will not change because it's already there. That questionnaire and blank column for your answer. Obviously, this is a field report, so you have something here. But this is what I want you to make benefit of, Write methodology for your team. And where you can get this methodology is LFAR Technical Guide 21 and your own experience. And then here you can write whatever you wish to. Like, we'll take a random question probably here. Like, check credit facilities released by the branch without execution of all necessary documents. If so, give details. Is a question related to advances. Look why my report should be like based on samples. In case of dash accounts verified by us, we have not come across instances of credit facilities released by the branch without execution of all necessary documents except those reported in Annexure 5. So the reader clearly understands that you have verified X accounts, which are already listed. Out of that, nothing has come out except what you have reported. That's how you should do it. And then probably you can link it with, advances observation. And here you can probably say that, serial number 1, say, for example, ABC Limited, then it's a CC of, say, 900 lakhs, 90 lakhs. And then you can go on writing your observations here, and then your team would identify whether it will go in 5A, 5B, 5C, or 5D in LFAR, and then they will punch it when they go there. So no effort is missed out. Otherwise, when you go for a conclusion, all your team is exhausted by then. And then even if you miss one, after 2 days, you find out, oh, this should have been there, but it's missed out. Similarly, every point of audit program, you have to link with wherever possible. Like, obvious, I understand that it will not be linked everywhere with LFAR. But see this, especially what, this is no doubt 22, because my team has to update 23 audit program. But look at this. I mean, whatever is the question on the left-hand side, some or the other point is directly linked to long-form audit report. And this is exactly what a peer reviewer also expects, that my planning was ultimately performance. Performance, wherever negative observation, properly captured in the report. And then my documentation speaks for it, that this is how it was linked. So whatever evidence you gather for this, either you write the reference number of audit program or reference number of LFAR observation point. so that the reader can easily make out, okay, this particular paper means either it is a part of coverage of audit program or it is part of reporting requirements because this is the observation of the auditor. And look at this. I mean, let's go quickly down. Everywhere there is some or the other point link, wherever it may not necessarily be like, whether appointment letter is received, where acceptance is given, whether NOC from previous auditor, they are part of, standard checklist for permanent file. For that, you may not have this. But for execution areas in audit program, you will have it for them. Similarly, for every point, you can write, like, check this, advances again, lien of deposits, a standard checklist, 3-4 points. And this, I am not sharing this slide only for the reason that this is old, but I would suggest that you have already a technical guide on LFAR. And that has got standard checklist suggested for every question. So you can pick it up from them. This file should be made available to every computer, laptop, which is carried by your team. And then this should be explained to them that for doing this, what you should do. Like say, maybe with 2 more minutes, I'll take from the next speaker. Look at this, verify process of opening and closing of cash. The first question, does the system ensure that cash is maintained in joint custody? Then 7 points checklist being given. For that, what they should copy, Xerox copy of any 2 pages of cash register, printout of cash balances of 12 odd dates. We have to issue a certificate for CRR, SLR. So on the same day, why don't you verify the cash balance? Also check whether the Xerox copy of correspondence, if there is a excess cash on a particular day. Then check whether concurrent auditor or an external officer periodically checks it. So on that day, if you take a Xerox copy, all that gives you a comfort that you have done a testing for this particular question and then you have concluded. What we are missing is this, we lack a little bit in gathering all those documents, tagging and numbering them and linking it with their audit program, the process followed and the writing of report. And I think this will help us. Look at this. I think this file must be almost all complete for last year. Look at that. Any question and you will find like this yellow means like some coloring code my team uses. This means the observation needs to be read by the partner. So there would be some observation in this for the team. So if I am satisfied, then I'll change this color and I'll make it clean. If not, then this would be a point where there would be a qualification drafted and that drafting will be done by some senior member or the partner. So that's how you develop. And you can do it for Forex, asset recovery branch, and then you can go on adding this wherever you want to add. Like this is a total advances selection. So you can write full details, name of the borrower, facility, account number, whether it's fund-based, non-fund based, and then you can calculate the total percentage downside to identify whether you have covered 50%, 60% or 80%. Then probably your verification of say cash, you can add one more sheet. You can write that, okay, these are the 20 dates where the balances you can write the retention, then you can write probably the difference between the two as excess, and then that annexure you can feed into the computer system. And this depends on how good you are at Excel or how good at your data. But this is something which helps us in long term. I think that brings to the end of my time allotted to me. And before I end, I would like to just show you this small slide on SA 230. Prepare documentation that provides sufficient and appropriate record of basis of auditor's report and evidence that audit was planned and performed. So the key consideration is that whatever is your outcome, that final audit report needs to be supported by documentation. So I think this year, instead of doing too much of transaction testing, you need to make sure that that entire transaction testing is documented first. And then you don't miss out on all the efforts which you are taking so that automatically it will improve your quality of the report. I think that's what I had. If at all in questions we'll take if time permits. Otherwise, thank you to all to make it interesting and more discussion meaningful. Thank you to WRC again for giving me this opportunity to come here and share my views on long form audit report. Thank you very much.
I think sir has covered most of the questions while giving his deliberations. But still, if any more questions left, we can take up one or two questions. No more questions, I guess. So by referring to the last slide, which sir has shown us while closing, it reminds me some two lines on a lighter note that a banker sends a message to his depositor considering the pandemic and all situations that stay healthy and stay safe. And considering the global scenario of banks, that depositor message to the banker that you too stay healthy and stay safe. And now by this slide, sir is saying to all auditors that you too stay healthy and stay safe by keeping all the documentation ready while going forward to the peer review and all. So I think sir has explained us in a very lucid and a practical manner that what care and what duty we should perform while performing our audit function. And by this, we conclude the session. I thank from the bottom of my heart to CA Niranjan Joshi sir for accepting our invitation and sparing his valuable time and knowledge with us. Thank you very much for this. I request CA Sanjay Nikam to take forward the further session immediately.
Good afternoon, friends. Now, we are continuing this process of session. Now we are entering into a second session of the day. And I'd like to invite our today's faculty and our professional colleague, Amit Meher, to the dais. I'll request our vice chairman to escort the dignitary. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. On Sunday, he is sparing his professional time for us. So we appreciate Amit ji for being here with us. Friends, our next session will start right away. And our next topic is frauds, precaution to be taken by auditors, forensics, ASM, opportunities way ahead. It is very important topic, friends, because nowadays we are hearing everyone other day that this bank has busted with the fraud and something is happening here and there. All of our money is invested in banks and we are very much concerned about the bank's financial health. And frauds is the disease which can take away our hard-earned money. As an auditor, our prime responsibility is to take care of the financials or administrative whatever policies given by the RBI, whether those are followed or not. The fraud detection is expected aspect of our professional duties. So we are taking deliberation from Amit Meher today on this topic. I'll introduce him for your better understanding. Amit Meher is a chartered accountant and master of commerce with over 19 years of professional experience across the consulting and industry. And he has worked extensively in forensic and risk management. He has global multi-domain experience in forensic services with specialization in forensic audits on behalf of banks, and he has led some of the largest forensic audits related to banking frauds in India. He is currently working with a BDO India as a partner in forensic services In past, he has worked with organizations like ENY, Unilever, and Capgemini. So friends, join me with big round of applause to welcome the today's dignitary and learned speaker. Happy learning to all of you. Enjoy the day. Thank you. I'll request our Vice Chairman, Hitesh Pomal sir, to welcome our dignitary with a token of love. We are offering him a moment.
Sure. Good morning, friends. So this is a great opportunity. Thank you so much to all the WRC office bearers for this opportunity. Amit Meher, I'm forensic auditors, feels like Chinese right now. Seems to be an audience of largely bank auditors, right? Anybody forensic auditors here? Largely, I think bank auditors. I think WRC wanted Chinese guy to come in and tell you from forensic auditors perspective, how we look at things and probably tell you probably as a precaution what you can do differently probably while doing the your routines or audit procedures specifically. And that's what would be the agenda today specifically. What we'll do is we'll be dividing, we have two sessions today. First sessions is precautions which we can take specific to the frauds. And for that, what I'll be bringing in is the perspective which is coming in from forensic auditor on behalf of banks. So when we are getting into kind of forensic audit of NP accounts, what we are looking at, what kind of things which we see, and what precautions you can take as a branch auditor, bank auditor specifically to look into particular specific aspects. And then there is a second session where we'll be talking about opportunities in forensic audit and ASM, how you can get into those. What are the areas which we can look at and what are further opportunities beyond the ASM and forensic as a auditor, as a chartered accountant, we can look at. I'll just wait for a presentation. Before that, maybe I'll just, by the time slides comes in, I'll just discuss a latest case study of fraud, which we had noted, very interesting one. So an entity which is into trading transactions, okay, largely domestic trading, gets into merchant trading transactions. Now these merchant trading transactions, what happens is goods are moving from X country, say South Africa, going to China now. So, and while the movement of ship is coming, the buyer, so goods are getting dispatched by X entity, bought by Y entity. Now what this particular trader does is when goods are in transit over high seas, they purchase it and sell it to somebody else. So they purchase, A purchases it and sells it to B. Now these are Indian entities who are purchasing when goods are in high seas. What they are doing is, so now the interesting fact here is bill of lading becomes important documentation which tells you the ownership, who owns at particular point of time these particular set of goods when they are moving into high seas. Because again, the buyer, ultimate buyer, which is B now, is again also not in India. He's also abroad. So say China. Let's take that an example. Now, what these people specifically, it's a big fraud in Indian banking environment right now. What these people will do is they will take the funding basis this high seas purchases. And what we note specifically that these bill of ladings are not endorsed. So, okay, bill of lading was in the name of X. When it got dispatched from South Africa, it was expected to be kind of sold to Y. A in between purchases it. So when A is buying it now or getting ownership of that, he should be getting that endorsement of bill of lading. Without that, how do I know who owns these goods, right? Specifically, my buyer B, does he know? Or my lender who's giving me LC facility now, where the fraud comes in, how does he know that I own the good? But in none of these cases, none of these, I mean, mostly 90%, 95% of the cases, we noted that there is no such endorsement of bill of lading. And funds are obtained. You give LC to this particular party, which is your vendor, but you are not getting it from customer, and your outstandings are remaining there. So you are kind of in a way siphoning the funds and also trying to get the funding overall, arranging the funding by this means. Now RBI guideline is very generic here. It does not specify that bill of lading should have been endorsed also. Just they collect bill of lading. You may try to check that whether there is a movement of, say, shipping, because bill of lading will have a ship name. There are certain platforms where you can see whether goods are actually moving. There is a movement of ship from, say, South Africa to China. These people are so smart, they will take original bill of lading and use that only, so that you can literally track that, okay, goods are moving from particular ship from place A to B. The only trick is it's not endorsed. It's not in your name, and still you are getting funding out of it. There are no timestamp data. When we look at in forensic, when we look at documentation, there needs to be a timestamp data. When I say timestamp, there should have been an email exchange between parties that I'm okay, this is in transit and I'll be buying these goods now, and then I'll be trading it further. There are no such timestamp data. They say that everything happens over call, which is practically not possible. Agreements are entered, not shared over email, all is in physical, not possible. So these are the kind of interesting frauds which we are seeing. What we'll do today is we'll divide first session, which is precautions to be taken in respect of frauds by auditors. We'll divide it into 3 sessions. First session will just understand the expectation from auditor when it comes to identifying the fraud. Yeah. Thank you. Identifying the frauds. The second section where we'll look at case studies. So we have taken 5 case studies, similar situations and frauds, and we'll try to assess what happened in those and what kind of precautions needs to be taken specifically in case of those events happening around you, or you see certain red flags around that. And in third session, we'll generally overall precautions which you can take at broader level, at entity level, structurally what you can do while following the audit procedures. So SA 240, all of us know this. It talks about, what is fraud? So it's misstatement, which is intentional, is called fraud. If you remove intention from that, it's error. So what we are looking at is a combination of both misstatement along with the intention. Now, intentional misstatement, when it results from either of these 2 things, either there is a fraudulent misstatement or financial reporting, fraudulent reporting, or misappropriation of asset. When we say financial fraudulent reporting issues, it's like inflation of revenue. You are doing the round tripping transaction, increasing your sales, increasing your vendor side of it. Overall, your drawing power is kind of brought to a upward trajectory. So that is inflation of revenue. Fictitious JE, again, it will fall under financial fraudulent reporting. Then misappropriation of assets, embezzlement of receipts, you will do that. You will pay to your, fraudulent employees. As a management, you will do that to divert the funds, you will do that. So it will be called as, will fall under misappropriation of assets. RBI also defines this specifically. So they call it a deliberate act of omission or commission, where there is a resulting into a wrongful gain to somebody. Somebody is getting wrongful gain out of it, and it may have with or without any monetary impact. Now this is interesting, with or without monetary impact. That's what RBI says. That means even a diversion of fund for a temporary period or non-compliance with sanction will fall into this particular category. So they will still be categorized as fraud specifically. Though even if there is no siphoning of funds, only diversion, it's coming back to system again. It was misused for particular period, but still it will fall under fraud category. Now, of course, primary responsibility resides with management when it comes to fraud. They have to kind of prevent and detect frauds. It's their responsibility. Not only they do need to do that, they also need to create an ethical structure, set the tone at the top by putting the right processes, policies, whistleblower mechanisms in place so that there is a structure around identifying these frauds specifically. So primary responsibility, of course, sits with them. And then comes to auditors. What are their responsibilities specifically as per this SA 40? First, obtain reasonable assurance that there are no such misstatements. First one, you have to do that. You have to assure that. Continuously keep the professional skepticism. So keep looking at what can go wrong scenarios. Keep eyes and ears open to what we see. Obtain adequate audit evidence during the process of your audit. And then respond and report to such specific risk events where you see there is a potential fraud possibility. So these are larger, broader expectations from entire process broadly. Now, how it's defined, professional skepticism, how it's defined, it says that you have to have a questioning mind, specifically question everything which feels unusual, feels odd. You have to question those things. Being alert when there are contradictory outcomes which you see, two documents are not kind of giving same signals. You want to kind of being alert to those kind of things. And then critical assessment of audit evidence. Whether it's justifying what transaction it is, whether it's genuine enough, kind of is that raises certain red flags for you. You have to you need to look for those. Now, further, when we detail it down, an audit evidence that contradicts other audit evidence. Now, let's take an example. I have a invoice, I have a good receipt note, but I don't see a gate entry in gate entry register. I don't see that entry. That raises that question, professional skepticism, that probably something is not so right. I'll have to kind of dig deep into that particular transaction. Information that brings question, rather that brings into question the reliability of documentation. So now information, for example, I have a vendor invoice with me. We do certain background checks or diligence on those just to check name, Google it up to see whether that vendor belongs to a particular material category, whether they are into that particular business. But when we see that he's not, they are dealing into something else, but now the invoice is for particular X product, then that information is kind of needs to be kind of further question. Condition that indicate possible fraud. Now, what are these conditions? Now, one of the NBFCs we were auditing recently, transaction audit we were doing, large NBFC. They are giving moratorium of 10 years for projects. Now, you cannot believe why you will need which kind of project will need 10 years of moratorium. And that too interest rate, which are absolutely irrational. So that IRR would be calculated after project is over, then there will be IRR recovery. So they were playing on IRR part. But the current interest serving was like at 2%, for example. And that too for 10 years moratorium. Why somebody will do that? So these kind of conditions bring that question, right? Is this right? Maybe we need to put more diligence into these kind of transactions specifically. And then, of course, any other circumstances which kind of make you feel that further procedures needs to be performed as an auditor by us. So that's how we need to assess this. So again, as a workflow, we need to do critical assessment of whatever audit evidence we find out during the process, questioning the contradictory audit evidences during the process. Check the reliability of these documents as we discussed. Respond to the queries and other information obtained from management who are charged with the governance, check with them on these detailings. And then ultimately consider the sufficiency of these evidence, whether these are sufficient enough to kind of support your overall audit procedures. Now we will get into specifically the requirement from where it comes from, reporting side of it. Of course, section 143(12) being the most important one, which talks about, which we will get into the details in next slide, which talks about reporting requirements. Caro, of course, you all know better than me, being an auditor about it. And then SA 240 also talks about this overall basis. Now, specifically, Companies Act, section 143(12), it says fraud identified during the period. So it needs to be identified during the period, specifically period. And there is a concrete evidence that you have as an auditor, you have reason to believe and a strong belief. Which is supported by the documentation that yes, there is a fraud which is happening, either occurred or occurring right now. I mean, you have knowledge of that, and which is against the company by its officers or employees. So not by the third party. If third party is inducing that fraud, you don't need to get into the reporting of that because it's separate. But if employee and our officer is doing that, you need to kind of get into the reporting of it. And of course, the threshold is 1 crore plus, where you need to go to central government, RBI for that matter. So this is the requirement under section 143 specifically. So this is what, I mean, overall broader expectations which we wanted to kind of discuss specifically from definition of fraud, professional skepticism side of it, and then requirement of reporting overall basis, what we need to do. Now, what we'll do now is section 2 is case studies. Here we will discuss five case studies in total. 3 where we were forensic auditors, and target was a company who had borrowed funds from bank. And in 2 cases, it was internal fraud investigations where employees of the branches had conducted these fraud. Idea is to give you flavor what goes wrong when these frauds are perpetrated, and what kind of situations comes in, what kind of instruments are used to do these frauds. We'll discuss that. In that particular section, below that, we have also added precautions to be taken in case of similar situation arises. What kind of additional steps you may want to kind of add to your audit program in general. That also we have kind of immediately added here. So, I mean, I already discussed that these are one which where we have seen diversion and siphoning of funds. So the first case study, it's a pipe manufacturing company, 600 crore of CC exposure. Again, high volume of, so they are manufacturing company, but high volume of, very high volume of trading transactions, domestic trading transactions. We noted that those trading transactions, it's kind of circular trading, very thin margin. I mean, 0.5%, 1% margin transaction. So largely to inflate revenue, it was a listed company. There is always a pressure to keep the right revenue, to keep investors happy. So that was the pressure which was kind of playing around. Of course, diversion of fund was one of the another incentive which was management was having to do this. LC payment made to vendor, but no recovery from customers, specifically on trading transactions. Cash credit facility was available with higher DP through overvaluation of it. So DP was manipulated by overvaluation of inventory, and also by showing vendor advances as a part of receivables in DP. So by both ways, it was manipulated, inflated drawing power. And then consumption of inventory was booked in CWIP, research and development. So that was another area through which they were manipulating this overall basis. Now, what probably additional steps you can do wherever possible. Of course, not all of these may not be possible being an auditor only. I mean, forensic auditor does this, but maybe as and when there is a possibility of doing this, for example, assess nexus between the vendor, customer, and borrower. Can you do that for when you see the red flags, when you see the unusual transactions like this? Can you probably add this step to see whether these are connected to each other? The set of vendors which are into trading and the set of customers which are into trading. Is there any loop between them? Is there any connecting dot between them? Can you try to find that out? Periodic comparison of receivables, payables, inventory, aging considered in drawing power. Is there any drastic variances which are coming in? I mean, drawing power, overall assessment of drawing power. Genuineness of supporting document of LC, it's a big issue always. I mean, whenever we ask for documentation related to LC from lenders, not all time you will get the complete documentation as such. It's always a kind of, challenge to get those complete set of documents. And due diligence report because lenders many times do these diligences of these vendors and customers. You can seek these reports of due diligences of vendors and customers from specifically lenders who might have already carried this. So maybe these are additional steps you can do. The second one, it's a rice manufacturing, again listed company, rice manufacturing company from North, 5,000 crore plus turnover, big company, 3,500 crore LC and CC exposure, rather term loan and CC exposure. Now, they were building godowns. They were into rice manufacturing to stock the paddy. They were building godowns. And the godowns which they were building, the rate at which they were building was abnormal. I mean, per square foot rate was coming somewhere around 4,000. For godown, you don't need that. It's just a structure, right? Wall structure, then you don't need an entire concrete structure on a single floor. So what would cause that 4,000 rupees? So we went into the details and noted that a lot of fake purchases of copper wires, cement, road construction to the godown. All these things were coming into the picture. So, I mean, we went to the location and said, why you need that much copper wire or not? I mean, why go down will need that much copper wire, right? There is no reason for that. And the vendor was somewhere else. I mean, that vendor was like 300 kilometers away from where this particular godowns were getting constructed. So there was no logic or sense which was getting created. And hence we went into the details and we noted that the vendor was fraud. I mean, it was fake vendor without any registration details, nothing. Another interesting fraud this particular entity did is crop loans. So in rice mills, generally what they need to do is they need to kind of block their paddy in advance. So what they do is they deal with particular set of farmers, tell them that, okay, we'll buy your paddy. What this entity did is did a tripartite agreement between farmers, bank and themselves, and told the lender that we are getting these funds to this particular farmers from whom in future we'll be buying this paddy. And what we noted that there were no quick KYC details of these people, and the only document they gave is CA certificate that, okay, this amount which you had disbursed of 500 crores had been kind of paid to farmers. But when we went into the details of this kind of KYC details and other, I mean, farmers were not in existence. So this money was again diverted into group entities specifically. Lot of related, so the lot of diversion was through giving funds to related party, diverting them through loans, investments specifically. Inventory overvaluation, of course, of paddy is what they were maintaining. And they were also making sales of rice, processed rice to their related party who were not paying them. I mean, over almost 2 years, they were not paying. So slowly that debtor component was increasing. They were exporting. So these people were not exporting, the one who had borrowed the fund, but the entity, subsidiary entity was exporting, but not paying back to the entity who had borrowed funds. So these kind of issues we noted. Again, I mean, same things which we can look at vendor, the diligence of this project vendor who had executed this, the vendor who had from whom a large component of material was purchased like copper wire. We can do something like this. Project cost, I mean, overall documentation verification we can do. LI report, if any, I mean, lenders generally get that. We can review those and compare the status between these two things. And then periodic DP statement review is necessary in these kind of cases where you sense that something is not so right specifically. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, action, I'm not sure whether they had taken action. We had reported. Yeah. Yeah. So, so the bank, State Bank, who was not part of the consortium, separately given loan. So hence, we are not sure whether they had taken action. I hope they had taken action. I mean, they have to, right? It was, there were no full names also. I mean, just to tell you, madam, like names were like Amit M. No KYC details. No, of course, a farmer may not have all the documentation, but something address you should have. Something you should have. Where we'll find out. I mean, phone number these days everybody has. There are phone numbers. Nothing. So we are not sure because that bank was not part of the consortium, but we had noted this issue because they raised it separately and we had to kind of look into it. But I'm sure. I mean, because that was the only basis. I mean, rather other than CA certificate, we haven't had also anything else. Nothing. Tripartite agreement, CA certificate. That's all. Very much possible. I mean, you will, because it cannot be that wrong, right? I mean, as a banker, they will at least do that much diligence of looking at details of these people. If the amount was not small, 500 crore. And I'm sure they must be doing it periodically because paddy, whenever those crop season comes in, that will happen every time. It's not one-time thing. So it's a CBI case now. I mean, people are behind the bars now. This one we broadly discussed merchant trading transactions, lot of issues. I mean, we have taken borrowings up to 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 crore by one entity in this particular mechanism. This is that huge, and largely people do interest arbitrage around this kind of fund, get funds and play around interest arbitrage. So huge issue. You make payment to importer but don't get it from a customer. Why you will do that? If you are in import-export leg, you will also protect your side, right? Why you will not just protect vendor side, you will also take other side. That suggests that you are not, you are doing it consciously. I mean, you are just leaving it like that. Again, I mean, broadly same things, diligences which we need to do, supporting documents, bill of lading endorsement is most important thing. You ask it, mostly you will not get it. I mean, we have done at least 3 or 4 such cases, similar cases, where merchant trading transaction was only involved. You might have heard a couple of cases around Kanpur area. I'll not take line names, but you will realize what I'm talking about. All these people were doing this. I mean, it was a racket kind of thing. Everybody was doing this around that particular region. At least 3, 4 cases we have done. We have met even people, RBI inspection schemes. I mean, nobody is clear about it. There is a list of documentation needs to be collected. It's left to the discretion of banker. It's very generic, but it's very basic and common sense, right? Without particular thing endorsed to somebody, how do I know ownership of it? The next one is a very large branch fraud which had happened in India, one of the largest branch fraud rather. We had investigated this as well. So it was like multiple saving and current accounts were opened by a chartered accountant and a branch manager. It was a collusion, and the party, the target party who had been benefited out of that by using fake KYC. KYCs were obtained from public places, wherever, I mean, Xerox machines here, there, from wherever they had obtained this. And then they had created this. We will ask these people whether you had opened an account. I mean, we had at least reached out 10, 15 people. Nobody had ever even reached out to that branch. They were doing how they were getting benefited was check discounting. They were using check discounting of a government entity, railways entity, which was regional railway entity. They were issuing checks from that, and before that due date comes in, they will repay before that due date so that it does not remain outstanding. So they were playing on that. So it was a cycle which started almost, which went on for almost 5, 6 years. 5, 6 years till the time these guys were so rich that they bought their real estate. That real estate was also kind of given on pledge, and then loan were borrowed. And while doing that entire process of documentation, that got stuck. I mean, fraud came out. So it was a big fraud overall basis. Again, submitting fake LIC for depositing and all, I mean, taking the funds and all. So a lot of issues which we had noted here also. Main issue was KYCs were not verified properly. So of course, a manager was involved there, maybe, and team also, other colleagues also. As a, auditor side, when you see probably a trend of check discounting in particular account or particular branch, and there is because we had seen that trend, it was increasing so strong and so well in particular group of accounts, 20, 30 accounts, they were operating like this. It was increasing like this on regular basis. So had it been kind of monitored that, okay, this spike is unusual, either by regional office or by branch or somebody else as an auditor, probably they might have caught it a bit earlier than say 5, 6 years in general. Anyways, I mean, just to give you a general understanding, an average big fraud generally takes 5 years. I mean, whatever frauds are picked up in past, at least it takes 5 years of time to kind of come out. And if it's a small fraud, minimum 2 years to come out. Yeah. So this branch manager says that he has returned. So there is a copy, but I'm sure he has not dispatched it. So he was involved, right? I mean, the key person was involved. Again, CBI case now. This is the recent case again, very unique, still in progress. We are doing it right now. A bank in South India, branch in South India. 2 branches where particular manager was deputed, both places we see the issue. What he was doing is, rather she was doing it, was wherever there are a lot of dormant, I mean, in branches, whichever are dormant accounts with a lot of balances, she will play with the KYC of that. I mean, she will play, say, for example, updating the mobile number, so that alert should not go. First with that, system control she will play with. And then bring this money out of those dormant accounts and pass it on somewhere else. In few cases, I think some of the clients were also involved. She was funding their requirements also in meanwhile, and some siphoning or diversion of fund also outside the structure we have seen, like her relatives. One of the manager of another group entity with whom she was dealing. What she was also manipulating is user access IDs of her subordinates. Because one person cannot do this. You need a couple of people to key in these data. Now, what she was doing is, she will tell the, I mean, we looked at the CCTV footages and hence we can tell you this, that she will tell the junior guy to step away. She will get into that ID, pass on those specific entries quickly, and then go to her seat and then approve it because she was manager higher level, that kind of thing. She was also misusing those checkbooks of these clients and withdrawing cash on self basis. We noted that she's writing the check in CCTV. You can see she is taking the checkbook from her purse, writing the amount, giving it to the tailor giving cash to her, because some accounts have privilege, right? I mean, you can dispatch cash to their place. I mean, these are days, I mean, you get the, I mean, premium customers get that. So under, probably tailor thought that it's part of that process. In that, though, there is a specific agency only to whom you have to give these funds, but probably they did, I mean, because she was the manager, they just misused this particular component specifically. Also premature redemption of FDs, again, playing with KYCs and mobile numbers so that alert will not go in. Long FDs, 5 years FDs. So yeah, scary enough, right? Again, I mean, you may want to look at trends in non-operative accounts when you, as a precautions, you are kind of looking at it. Verify system control to ensure FD maturity proceeds being transferred. I mean, is there any controls around it? I mean, because generally a bank should process back the FD maturity in same account, not in other account, unless it's specifically communicated. That was not happening here. That kind of control maybe you may want to check. Internal control or updation of mobile number, most important these days. Everything in, and you get OTPs on mobile number, you get everything, alerts on mobile number. If that is kind of misused, probably it's a big risk in overall banking structure. And of course, using somebody's excess, now she overpowered probably because of her designation or something, but then that trend also needs to be monitored, that somebody is not using somebody else's access for putting in transaction. Now, these were kind of case studies and the precautions specifically which needs to be taken for particular specific kind of situation. There are certain generic precautions which we believe as a forensic auditor can also be taken while you are doing your audits, bank audits specifically. So we'll discuss those now. Now, what are the fraud risk factors? I mean, what tempts particular person to do it? I mean, it's defined specifically that either there is an incentive or there is a pressure. So incentive is, I mean, you will get, of course, siphon the fund for your personal matters. Pressure, we see a lot of pressure, specifically in entities where investors are there. So investors are there. There is a pressure to kind of do well, show better revenue, show better profitability. When you are recently listed, there is a pressure by market, I mean, to show the right results. So that kind of pressure also kind of results into misreporting aspects specifically. And then there is a perceived opportunity. Without opportunity, you cannot do it. So when you see, for example, in merchant trading transactions, people saw that opportunity, that documentation, endorse endorse bill of lading is not asked for. So it's easy money for them to kind of raise funds basis just bill of lading, which is not in your name at all or endorsing your name specifically. So that's the opportunity probably perpetrators monitor for. Now, what we can do, I mean, of course, internal control gaps are there, but what we can do here is, I mean, overall assessment, while you are doing this overall assessment, either at branch or the target corporate where they have exposure into question. When you see that there is a questionable integrity through either news or other media, you see that there is a questionable integrity around. The group is not in particular shape, or they are not, they are under particular pressure. or there is a competency issue of the management, so shareholders are not in control of overall things. So these kind of things, there are frequent changes of auditors, CFO, for example, because they may not gel with the mindset of management and they may keep resigning, that kind of thing. Existence of unusual pressure, I just discussed pressure of performance largely to show right revenue, right profitability, maybe that needs to be kind of looked at. Working capital deficiency is always a pressure. So to get the working capital, you keep kind of looking at avenues, how you can generate more fund flows. Existence of unusual transaction, year-end transactions specifically, which kind of unusual, or payments in particular category to kind of consultant or somebody, which kind of seems unusual to you generally. And then you find it difficult to obtain the supporting documentation or on overall basis. So you ask for something, you never get it. You find that issue in general, that will give you a red flag, right? Something is not so right. They are taking time to give you those set of documentation. It should be already available readily with them. So those kind of things should be a red flag or a risk factor for fraud. That's what you should kind of perceive. Data set, when it's mostly computerized these days, not getting particular set of report, not giving you access for entire structure. Those kind of issues also will give you kind of red flags that there is a possibility of fraud. Okay, now overall fraud detection and reporting, what you need to do is, as a process, when you are doing your audit, basic audit procedures, while doing basic audit procedures, you will find out the unusual transaction, if any, while you note something odd, take that out. Maybe you want to deep dive into that. So you will analyze them, assess them overall basis, and see the abnormality, whether it's kind of giving any kind of hunch that something is so wrong in this that you may want to deep dive again. Once you analyze and understand, get it vetted wherever it's possible, where it's, it's like not black and white, right? It's gray. Get it vetted through management so that there is no confusion of interpretation specifically. You are clear about it, that, okay, whatever interpretations you have made are right. Unless you are very clear, as I said, black and white, then you don't need to go to them. Document your finding, documentation preservation is important. Whatever you see, specifically in red flag categories, keep it with you immediately rather than doing it at the end of the assignment or work, because that's what is the basis of overall assessment you want to do. And reporting of such fraud, report it in writing. Don't report it to one single person, report it to the group or your stakeholders specifically, and make it part of the report to the extent possible, be it whatever, it can be CAM also, wherever you can report it as a part of that. So it's kind of formal for you rather than a informal kind of communication of this potential event or fraud. Now, broader audit approach or procedures. When I say broader at branch level, what you can do broadly, ask for not necessarily transaction level, but broader reports, broader documentation, which we can see, which will guide you to something which is going wrong. So say, for example, assess the effectiveness of credit appraisal and monitoring mechanism. See if there are any weakness, there are any loopholes, incompleteness in this particular process on overall basis. Ask for early warning signal reports. Bank manages this centrally. You can ask for branch level reporting on early warning signals. Very, very important element is done by all banks now. You can ask for it and see what are the issues which are getting red flagged in specifically particular branch or bank you are kind of auditing. Credit rating reports. Why? Because you may want to monitor sudden changes in credit rating of the kind of clientele you might have picked up for samples. Prime example is Cox and King, which is under IBC now. It went from B+ to D within a span of say 4 or 5 months, 6 months almost. Within 2 quarters, it went down. So maybe monitoring the credit rating may help to kind of see some kind of stress or pressure in particular account, what kind of issues you can see there. Review of internal audit reports, inspection reports, ASM reports. If account has more than 250 and 250 crore exposure, ASM reports are there, which may come handy to see if something is there for you to kind of look into in details. history and trends of fraud detected either at branch or bank specifically. Maybe you may want to understand that and get the information insights into those. And then also probably investigation or special audit report of customers, clients, or branch, if any. I mean, if there are anything available of that sort, you may want to look at it. Review and analyze modus operandi. I mean, when you have seen these frauds around or in public domain generally, like we discussed in branches, what happened now, understand those modus operandi probably will help you to be more kind of professionally keep that skepticism or alert on higher side. Okay, fraud is noted and you now believe that it's done by the customer, but what about the staff side? You will have to kind of give that aspect also. Is there a loophole within the system also? And it's just not the fraud of say, fake documentation given by the customer client. What if, as you asked, I mean, what if that duty was not done by the banker also at his end, or it was intentionally not done? Maybe you want to do that and then accordingly report. Heighten professional skepticism when you see a lot of manual controls, then you should get alerted. Segregation of duty is missing. Again, that should red flag that, okay, something wrong can go on. Maybe you want to edit your audit procedures. Concentrated decision-making, absence of standard procedures, you can look at. And as I said, I mean, adequate, at the end, you want to protect yourself by making adequate whatever you have seen. Maybe you want to kind of at least reflect that in CAM so that people know, reader knows that, okay, this is what we have seen. Now, category wise, I mean, pre-sanction at disbursement level and monitoring what further you can see beyond what we have seen just now at a broader level. Pre-sanction assessment of background and track records, whether it's done properly or not. Legal disputes, whether those are noted, identified before while at sanction level. Statutory non-compliances, any red flags, whether you have those have been kind of noted and kind of recorded. Validation of data submitted, whether there is any scrutiny or assessment is done around that. And defaulter list, maybe are they part of any defaulter list, whether those elements have been checked by the branch specifically or not. These are pre-sanction checks, maybe you may want to kind of just assess. Disbursement compliance with the sanction requirement before that disbursement should not happen. So maybe you may want to kind of quickly check that. Most important monitoring aspect, which is a regular routine check you need to do over periodic basis. So end use monitoring, so whether end use certificates have been obtained, they have been used for the purpose for which it was given, that verification specifically. Pressure in or insolvency in group. So when we are looking at, say, your sampled portfolio accounts, whether group or that entity is under insolvency specifically. Analyzing the financial statements and not only doing that, it may be doing year-on-year comparison to see unusual trends, to see if something is drastically wrong. Variance in stock audit report versus stock statements which you get, that also, I mean, we saw a lot of issues in DP statements, right? That also needs to be kind of critically monitored. Bouncing of high value checks, if high value checks are bouncing, suggesting that there is a pressure of finances on that particular entity, suggesting the stress coming up because they are probably managing the show by moving things around. Maybe that may not sustain for longer time, so it may be a alert for you. It is one of the early warning signal also, part of the early warning signal. Delay observing payment of outstanding dues, again similar to bouncing checks. Maybe here they are delaying all the vendor payments. Vendor dues are piling up, statutory dues are piling up. They are requesting for general purpose loan. Group is requesting for general purpose loan and funding for interest. I mean, to pay off the interest component, probably they are asking for additional funding. So again, it's kind of evergreening component which you may want to monitor. Is it done to kind of do the evergreening? High level of unbilled revenue. If there are high level of unbilled revenue and which are growing over the years, you don't see the trend of those unbilled revenue coming down. Again, it's a big sign that something is not so right. Largely happens in infrastructure companies, which are your branch might have had large exposure to them, and their unbilled revenues are mounting up over the period. So again, kind of red alert generally. Non-submission of basic documents, stock audit reports, financial statements on periodic basis. again, will give you a kind of red alert. Basis of upgrade of NP account, if NP account is getting upgraded, are there enough reasons documented for that? Is it done out of genuine process, or it's just a round tripping on overall basis, evergreening part of it? You may want to check that. Monitoring borderline cases of NPA, again, 2 installments are due. Maybe third one, it will fall into NPA. So can we monitor those 2 installment due cases, see that whether additional funding arrangements had been made for them? So that before it can, that's what happens, right? I mean, you try to kind of evergreen it before it turns into NPA so that branch numbers look better. So is there any possibility that potential cases of NPAs are kind of evergreened and settled? Same thing with CC and other facilities where continuously overdrawn account more than 90 days. Is there before 90 days, is there any activity or funding arrangement to some other source which is coming up? And lastly, the overdue of bill purchase and bill discounting, again, monitoring of those. Again, we see that one LC is kind of, I mean, it's adjusted against each other. They're taking it from one account and then another account is settled. So those kind of round tripping also happen in these kind of instruments as well. So this is lastly from customer's angle. The last component is where bank staff is involved. What goes wrong, or what bank staff will do specifically internally to defraud. I mean, either branch, either alone or along with the customer. So either in either situation. So he may not debit applicable charges in penal interest. So system controls, he can manipulate and he can do that. He can kind of misclassify the product offered. So primary product will be selected instead of other product to give benefit of interest rate probably. Concession in charges of LCs, BGs, they can manipulate here. Opening account under new customer code, specifically in NPA cases where you have to kind of borrow and then borrow from somewhere else and pay to the NPA account. Account opening, which we saw in one of the case studies, fake documentation, fake signatures, fake mobile numbers. So it's a big issue if KYC is not strong there. Wrong rating, I mean, credit rating is kind of not updated properly. And it's not updated at all over the periodic basis. So that kind of also these kind of issues can be also seen. I mean, we have seen these kind of issues coming up. Wrong moratorium mentioning in the account. So that also kind of delays overall process. And delay in registration of charges. After 5 years, you need to renew the registration. There also we see delays. It's not getting, I mean, at the renewal stage, nobody bothers about it, forgets about it. It's not done either intentionally or otherwise. And last one is unauthorized fund transfer from dormant accounts, which we discussed in one of the case earlier right now, that dormant accounts are used as a passage to divert the funds for personal gains specifically by misutilizing KYC process and all. So largely, I mean, these are the kind of precautions which we believe from a forensic auditor's perspective, you may want to kind of plug in your overall audit procedures specifically. This is what case studies we have seen or general standard practices which we can suggest. So any questions we can take here, otherwise we'll get into a next session. So next session is on opportunities in ASM and forensic. Before that, maybe any questions around. So we'll go to next session. Forensic and ASM opportunities and way forward. So it's a big market starting from 2015. Before that, India was not kind of keenly, I mean, doing, I mean, forensic audits specifically. It was very prevalent in Europe and US specifically, but India was not into active mode of using the forensic as a tool to do the recovery or tool to unearth the fact findings. 2015, a framework came up, which is a framework related to dealing with loan frauds, where RBI suggested that basis early warning signals, you need to red flag accounts, and those red flag accounts you need to investigate. You need to do the forensic audits around it, and it's a great step which I mean RBI had taken. It kind of, you might have seen the quantum of NPAs which were declared between now 2015 till 2019-20, huge. I mean, books have been cleaned after that, thanks to this particular step which RBI had taken. Now, I'm sure, I mean, some of you might have done certain forensic audit, but generally just to give you a flavor, what we do in forensic audit, what is expected out of forensic audit when lenders appoint us to do forensic audit of these red flagged accounts. They want us to establish end use of fund. So if funds were given for particular purpose, whether it's used for those purpose, whether any divergence, siphoning of funds, which we can see here. So that kind of areas they want to look at, for example, funds taken, but then passed on to related party through loans, investment, rather than using it in the within the entity for say particular purpose. Manipulation of any books of account we discussed, inflation of sales purchases to show healthy numbers of revenue. We discussed the rice company, right? 5,000 crore turnover. Out of that, 4,000 crore was trading. You can just imagine the quantum they were kind of playing with in trading related transaction, and that's the level of manipulation of account. And hence, because of that manipulation of books of account, they can borrow up to 3,500 crore. Had they not done that, they will not never get that kind of exposure. So that lenders wants us to look at that. Identify instances of inflation of revenue, which we discussed. Unreasonable expenditure, we discussed the construction related aspect where go down was built at the rate of 4,000 rupees square feet per square feet rate. Verify asset inventory and book date for non-existence inflations. Again, write-offs. Generally, as we discussed, you pay off your vendors and write off data. Easy way to kind of divert the funds. Vendors are your connected related parties, or some nexus is established. You pay off the vendors, you write off the data over the period. Related party transaction is very, very important element. Any transaction around related party, as an investigator, forensic auditors, we need to deep dive well into that. Concentration of transactions, sole customer, sole vendors. They want us to look at keenly into those details, specifically related party. If those kind of things are happening, they want us to be kind of very careful about it. Any other substantial kind of odd or substantial transactions which we come across, they want us to kind of deep dive into that, which are not at arm's length. And of course, they want us to check the genuineness of source of funds which promoters brings in. A lot of time, I'm sure you must be seeing those trends. A lot of times, promoter capital is never a promoter's capital. It's always a fund which is moving around and coming back. So, but still, I mean, we check that and tell to the lenders, okay, what was the source of the fund when it was kind of contributed by promoters. So this is largely broader perspective of what we do in forensic audits when lenders appoint us to do this. Similarly, in ASM, again, 2018, one of the kind of key reform, which I should say. Before this, before agency for, so I'll just explain. Agency for specialized monitoring is a tool to monitor particular accounts having exposure of more than 250 crore on regular basis. So earlier lender never had, so they will get the stock audit report, they will get the financial report, but they never had their hands and eyes inside the structure, inside the company. Now with ASM, who's appointed by them, a team of particular set of auditors is continuously sitting within the infrastructure of the company. They are in and out knowing what's happening, what are the utilization level, are there any stresses, signs of financial stress, revenue numbers, is there any wrong revenue booking, which we saw in certain cases is happening, because concurrent auditor or rather ASM auditor needs to report on all these aspects. So it's very, very important kind of reform which we have seen. And if implemented in principle, I think it can do magic to the NPA number. Probably we'll never see NPA number which we had seen in past if it's implemented in principle, which kind of brought in. Again, key objective is keep monitoring cash flow, what's coming in, what's going out, whether it's used for only business purposes, not diverted, not siphoned off to related parties. Very important element. Verify if, group entity transactions are at arm's length. So if there are related party transactions, those are ring-fenced. There is no misutilization, profit transfers or other things. Validation of drawing power, which we saw is getting kind of, people are misusing that over the period. We need to kind of get that weighted. They want us to also look at sales and purchase transactions, stocks, receivables, verify those, see if there are any red flags and report to that. progress report, specifically if there are any project reports, progress around that. Tell them whether things are in right trajectory or not. Capacity utilization, they want to know whether plants are getting utilized to the capacity. If not, what are the reasons? So on certain software aspects also, rather what we do as a agency, when we have been appointed as an agency for specialized monitoring, we get into certain software aspects also. For example, few companies which are very dependent upon marketing, strong marketing structure. And if there is a pillar which is missing, say key people are missing or they have left the organization, they have not been replaced for almost a year or so, 6 months or so. It's a weakness, right? I mean, your business probably is getting hampered because of not having a right structure of people around. So we also kind of communicate to the lenders that, okay, so this is largely scope, but these are the software aspects also where we see kind of issues which you may want to discuss with borrower. Those also we kind of try to bring in. I mean, largely, I mean, expenses related things. I mean, unbilled revenue, we question unbilled revenue again, whether unbilled revenue is genuine or not. So we discuss somewhere these, but yeah, this is what ASM is expected to do. It adds a lot of value. We have seen adding a lot of value to the lenders. Lenders are proactively now going back either to borrower or calling them for discussion within COC, telling them to make certain changes, implement those. And it helps to kind of lock that NPA status on overall basis. Now, how you'll get into this? I mean, if you wish to get into forensic audits, if you wish to get into ASM, you need to get empaneled with IBA. IBA have a panel of both forensic auditors and ASM auditor. In forensic auditor, again, there are two categories, less than 50 crore, more than 50 crores. And they have defined criteria. What are the criteria for that? For example, you should have more than 5 years of experience of doing forensic audit. You should have more than 3 years experience individuals who have experience in forensic audits. Bank audits, concurrent audits of particular years of experience. So they have mentioned these criteria specifically, which can help you to get enrolled with IBA, empanel with IBA, so that you can take up forensic assignments in future. Same with agency for specialized monitoring. Criteria are specifically less stringent here. 3 years of statutory audit. I mean, they don't want any specific experience. Statutory audit, concurrent audit, forensic audit, TV, cost audit, anything is okay with them. Specific qualifications and so sector specific qualification is very important in specifically ASM. They want you to kind of notify what kind of specializations you may have, what industry you know well, because ASM is necessarily a more industry specific work, right? You need to know the industry infrastructure is very different from manufacturing. So you need to know what happens in that particular business. So hence they ask for that kind of data set. So, I mean, other than that, you should not be kind of defaulter barred or part of the consciousness is applicable to both. So these are largely requirement if you want to get empaneled. As a way forward, I think huge opportunities. India is moving towards 5 trillion economy, 2025-26, and then to 7 trillion in 2030. With that kind of speed at which India is growing, the banking exposure is going to grow. And with that, of course, we'll get a lot of opportunities, specifically in ASM and of course, forensic audit along with that. With a larger exposure to banking, which is growing at almost double digit right now. When we see the corporate exposure is growing at almost double digit in last couple of years, specifically. So a lot of opportunities. You may want to start early when this particular trend picks up. I mean, it's going to pick up more. You may want to get into these areas specifically. Beyond ASM now, last slide for me. Beyond ASM and beyond forensic, what else we can do on behalf of lenders? You are connected well with the lenders. So what else we can do? What we also do on behalf of lenders is pre-lending due diligences. Before lending happened, right, at assessment stage, pre-lending stage, they want to do a due diligence background check of these individuals or corporates. We get into that. So any negative media around it, any big legal matters which are outstanding against them, financial ratio analysis to broader extent about it. These kind of aspects, any kind of default list which we can see globally, not only India, globally if they have, these kind of checks which we can do and tell them that, okay, these are the issues, you take your informed decision basis this now. Asset tracing, another interesting one. of course, this is after account has turned NPA, there are recovery issues, IBC and everything you have done. Now you want to do asset tracing because there are personal guarantors who have given guarantee. They have done hands up and you want to know what all other asset they possess. Now, interesting stories come up like this. For example, we had done one asset tracing in North. Whatever assets were declared or available with lenders, those lists are already there. Now, what lenders expect us to do is go beyond that and see what else we can find out. It's kind of more of a detective work, a little bit detective work where you have to trail, inquire people around that particular promoter, check what are these movements. I mean, where he's going, where it's coming, what are other business areas, interest areas. Is there any other property where you can see him moving? And they tell to the bank. So we, for example, in that matter in North, we found out that there was one farmhouse which was in Haryana. I mean, he was owning, so which was not declared as a part of that. So that adds like a value addition to the bank, and they keep appointing us for these kind of matters. 29A due diligence. Now 29A section reference comes from IBC. That when a particular buyer is now going to buy or take a stake in particular entity which is under stress, or partnering in particular business now, is not related to the earlier group. That's what section 29 is broadly suggesting. That check is also required when there is a debt resolution happening outside IBC also. So lenders very proactively are doing these diligences these days. So we can help them in doing these diligences also. Largely agenda is to check background of promoter, outgoing promoter, incoming promoters, I mean the investors now, and see if there is any correlation which we can find out. Is there any connection between them? Are they related parties? Because they don't want the exiting promoter to give a backdoor entry again into the structure. That's what 29A checks are all about. Bank guarantee audits, they appoint us to do the bank guarantee audit, documentation, again, backgrounds of these people. Investigation of letter of credit facilities, including merchant trading, which we discussed just now. When they see these kind of red flags coming up, they want to do entire review of this LC funding situation to check what else is wrong. I mean, okay, we have found out in one customer, what about other ones? They may want us to appoint for that. CRP expense audit. Now CRP under IBC, resolution professional is appointed. He incurs particular set of expenditure. Lenders sometimes feel that something is not so right there also. So they want to kind of want us to look at the CRP expenses also. So we kind of can get into CRP expense forensic audit specifically. Investigation of internal fraud, we discussed about a couple of branches which we had looked at. Bankers want us to kind of get into the details of frauds which are happening in their branches, or they have a red alert, or they have a hunch. They want to do the email forensic. They want to do the imaging of their laptop, desktop, and see something wrong is happening from their system. Anti-money laundering, again, moving black to white, used different manner. You will never know what's used. For example, in US, there was a trend that shares which are purchased or some assets which are purchased in cash would be kind of given as a pledge. And then you will leave that loan on its own, it will die. And then those securities will be encashed, which is say shares, for example. And your funds, which you had kind of taken as a loan, which you had taken as a loan is now white. So the black is moving to white in a way. So it was a big trend in US years back. Of course, they have very strong anti-money laundering acts, and those are getting ironed out, but yes. And last one is know your customers review. I mean, bankers may want us to do certain diligence and checks on these customers, specifically when these kind of frauds which we had seen happen. So they want to be more alert. They want to look at particular branch and tell us that, okay, can you just at broader level see if structurally things are right or not. So that's it from my end. Any questions you may have, any discussion further, we can do that. Very interesting question. Yeah, I mean, firm like a new firm like you. So what we will suggest in these kind of cases, everybody struggled in this to start with. Larger firms who had done something probably sustained, but everybody struggle around it. What you can do is you can start getting into corporate investigation, corporate fraud audits. Because not only lenders appoint us, right, for forensic, corporates also appoint us. Maybe NBFCs you can work with. You can try small through this mechanism, build a credential, hire resource who had done certain forensic audits over the period, say more than 3 years. Get those credentials. So this is how probably you can play around, and then over the period you can showcase. Maybe it may take a year or two, but you can then showcase that. Any other questions, please? Yeah. Understood. So no, that's what I said. So maybe the top 100, top 500 may not appoint small firms, right? They may not do that, but our relationship, wherever we have connect, wherever you see a kind of whistleblower allegation or issues, wherever you have audits, past audits, connect, you have a very strong relationship with them. If there are any facing any issues in your network, you find out a company which is needing kind of investigation support. Where there we can start. So you may not look at, say, Unilevers of the world to start with. Maybe it will take time, but before that you can start working around these. Your close knitted group somewhere around you. Reach out to people, tell them that we can do forensic. We have these skill sets. Of course, you will have to do courses around CFE or institutes courses there. We can do that. So that's how we can start. Associate with people. I'll say, for example, digital forensic. Associate with there are many boutique digital forensic firm which image, laptop, desktop, email forensic they will do. Associate with them. Associate with certain data analytical firm. Use them on, say, hourly basis or day basis. Showcase that in your proposals presentation that, okay, you can kind of, you have that kind of capability overall with, of course, associates to start with. And over the period, then you can build your own team once you grow in the practice. So thank you so much. Pleasure talking to you here, talking to all here. And thank you so much once again to WIRC for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to be here and to express word of thanks to our today's learned speaker. Friends, once William Arthur said, and I quote, "Feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it." So friends, you all will agree with me. He has expressed his all experience here and expertise. He delivered his expertise in better way, in wonderful way. I hope it is delivered to you, everyone. Friends, it was an excellent presentation, very interactive session because question answers were going on. So you answered all the queries with your practical experience and practical examples also you delivered here. And your experience was so good that practically and the things I heard from you are very much helpful to all of us. I hope everyone is benefited with this. Kindly join with me with big round of applause to appreciate the contribution made by today's learned speaker. Friends, we will take a break of 1 hour for lunch. Again, we will gather here after lunch for a third session. Thank you so much.
काढू काय?
अरे वो सर का है ना पर्सनल फोल्डर रहेगा वहाँ पे। ये चालू है तो फिर बंद है।
So to keep us awake, we have got a very good faculty now, CA Sandeep Welling, sir. He is also going to throw some light upon specialized branches as well as some more important things for audit which he wants to cover. So for this, I'll request past convener of Ghatkopar Study Circle, CA Ravi Jain and CA Sonali Chandak to escort the speaker on the dais. This kind of last minute arrangements we have to do also in bank audits. So I'll request CA Ravi and CA Sonali to offer a memento to our speaker as a token of our love and affection. Further, I'll request CA Sonali Chandak to introduce the speaker.
Good afternoon all. Shri Sandeep is Chief Operating Partner and Managing Committee Member at Kirtane Pandit LLP Chartered Accountant Firm. He also heads BFSI Services Division and Mumbai Operations at Kirtane Pandit. Sir has nearly 3 decades of diverse experience across a wide range of professional services for the finance sector that includes banks, insurance, NBFC, mutual fund, exchange and funds. He spent initial years of his career with an international audit firm before joining Kirtane Pandit. Today, he is supported by 3 partners in BFSI service and handles around 180 number of staff in Mumbai. He has been appointed by regulators for various investigations and specific assignment, including RBI. Member of Audit Standards Committee and Expert Advisory Board of the ICAI and contributor to several professional publications on BFSI and audit quality standards. Sir has been instrumental in furthering Kirtane Pandit philosophy of ethical practice along with integrity and independence, which is also important in bank audit. As a result, today Kirtane Pandit is one of the most preferred choices for BFSI clients. Sandeep sir has traveled across the world for developing business and client relationship for Kirtane Pandit. Due to his acknowledge and domain expertise, he gets invited to speak at various professional forums, both in India and abroad. We are so much lucky to have such kind of speaker. So I kindly request sir to take a charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonali, for the introduction. So friends, we are starting little early. Good. When this topic was given to me, the specialized branches, I was wondering because it may so happen that in 80% of the time, this particular branches may not be allocated to branch auditor. So that is number one. Number two, irrespective of whether allotted or not, the concept of audit doesn't change. They are only focused in a particular area. So we have to look at it from
that perspective. So, from that perspective, there could be some repetitions here and there during my conversation with you. And lastly, there are certain things in bank audit that I have observed. I can see a material shift over the period in our audit methodology as well as the regulator's point of view towards the auditor. I'm sure last 2 days, when you all have been discussing on these topics and there were various panels, so all the aspects of audit may have been taken care of. Today, a regulator keeps on intervening every quarter with CSAs, and that percolates down to all the auditors at every branch also. Now, there is a tremendous focus on the documentation, etc., that we all are aware of. But besides that, regulator is saying that when you are auditing, okay, generally it is, as an auditor, we exercise our skepticism, okay, and somehow regulator has been using one terminology called little extra skepticism. So you should be little extra skeptical during the course of your audit. So when we were discussing with the regulators, what do you mean by, because there is no such terminology in our books. What has emerged is, when we audit, there could be certain observations which we hitherto considered as administrative ones. For example, loan documents not signed. I'm just giving you a very simple example. Now, you have to first eliminate whether there is a deliberate angle to it before you come to conclusion that it's an administrative error. That is what the regulator means when they try to tell us you have to be a little extra skeptical. And the reason behind this is, you would have observed, even during the course of our routine audits also now, our observations are coming down, because NPA, we used to fight on NPA and we used to take pride in NPA. All of us used to discuss. Now, you will realize that subject is almost taken over by the systems completely. The seamless functioning takes place. However, as an auditor, we need to look at what are the interventions possible which can go wrong. So that is extra skepticism. While certifications are available, that it's seamless, there are still aspects that do not give regulator a comfort. So such aspects are considered as little extra vigilant. What I will do, I will first take you through the core subject of specialized, and then we'll come to some of the other aspects of bank audit also. So today I'll be covering RACPCs, service branches, IFBs, stressed asset and recovery. There was a topic, it also included treasury. I did not include it here because that is completely a different subject and a topic of the discussion by itself. And it is only at the central level. So which is why I have not included that for the purpose of this presentation. Like I said, the topic is not new. We need to only find the nuance if we get such a branch allotted. Now, retail assets, central processing. We know that many banks, for the purpose of the customer delight, have a fast track approvals. So you go to a branch and you want a loan, say housing loan or a car loan, So he will say, just give me one document, sign here, and I will send it to my CPC. Even the nationalized banks have this. They may have a different names. Somebody will say fast track, somebody will say Saral, somebody will say whatever, different names they will give. But there is a hub that processes only that. Now, the problem is the processing takes place at the hub while the account is in the branch. And the technology, although has given rise to efficiency, it has also created certain gaps. For example, suppose if you are allotted a branch, which is a CPC for any of these retail loan. If you really ask me, strictly from the statutory audit perspective, there is nothing for us there. It's an expense of that branch and at the most recovery of charges, loan processing charges, blah, 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 etc. Now, if you restrict yourself just to that, there are possible dangers because there are gaps in communication between the main hosting branch and the CPC. Such as my observation in one of the case was the documents were given, okay, all those documents were given, sanctions took place, the disbursement is expected to take place post such documents go back. Subsequently, it so happened that the rate, the sanction rate as keyed in by the branch is different from the sanction rate at the CPC. Now, this was revealed because my document at CPC was saying different and the system was different. Probably the auditor who is at that level may not know, so he will pass on that. Now, although it is not part of my branch, it is necessary that we flag it out. There are such more cases during the continuance of the audit or that loan, the asset was sold. And some documents had come to CPC, but it as a routine, it was never anticipated because the routine loan repayment were taking place. So there are such gaps which keep arise between the hosting branch and this branch, CPC branch, that needs to be highlighted from time to time. Although it is not part of the CPC branch. Now, at this branch, all service branches, ICFR or IFC testing attracts far more importance as compared to mere finances. I'll come to one or two examples in the later type of service branches where such gaps as observed need to be tackled. So here, if you look at car loan, education loan, mortgage loan, and personal loans, there could be many gold loans. At any point of time, any individual loan in this CPC is not going to be material. So if we make a mistake, mistake, that is not going to materially affect the bank. However, one of the major danger in CPC arises when you come across a group loan. There are chances where a group loan is given, car loans. I have observed 600 crores of car loan in a CPC, and I can narrate to you what exactly took place. how that gap created and it became a fraud. Similarly, gold loan. Last 2 years, wherever I have audited, there are certain hubs, certain pockets where gold loan is turning out to be a fraud loan. And they are not necessarily a group loan, but they are grouped under a particular branch, grouped under a particular region. So when we are looking at any such CPC, my suggestion to you would be, because any individual loan is not going to be material. Look at your analysis branch wise. Look at your analysis region wise. Probably you will get some answers for you to select the samples. So the thought process here will be little different, which a branch auditor may not know because he's just auditing that branch. Obviously, he's going to have that data with him. But when you are working at the CPC level, you will know a particular why this particular branch only is offering so much of gold loan. In 80 to 90% of such cases, when there is a surge in the gold loan, that branch is committing either branch or people over there are committing a fraud. So this kind of analysis for any of the retail loan, in my opinion, is very essential. So look from that perspective. I'll just give you an example on car loan. There was a 600 crore of fraud that took place in one of the bank in CPC. Not in CPC, but it was noticed through CPC. So there was a scheme by one company, which was a transport company, who said that all my drivers will not work for me. They will own the car, own the vehicle. So I will transfer all these individual, because generally a driver, he drives one car and he continues to drive that one only across India. So whichever car that driver is driving will be owned by that fellow. And my company is a transport company who will keep on giving them services in the same sector. And that is how I'm decentralizing my risk and at the same time making them pride that they own it. The bulk loan of 600 crores was sanctioned and it was parked at one CPC. So wherein any document comes to that branch, he is happy because sanctions have taken place somewhere else in the boardroom. He is just a parking bench. He is just to take a profit. He would pass it on. CPC would sanction because this company sanction is there. The problem there was the transfer of name from company to that driver takes place, but the papers were not available. Why papers are not available? Because they constantly travel. So whenever they, after the delivery, whenever they come to company at least once in 3 months. So they are given 3 months to submit the paper. So loans are sanctioned, they are disbursed, cars are transferred in the driver's name, but the papers are not available. Now, obviously, I don't have to go on and on. Obviously, we know somewhere down the line after 3 months, when people don't start coming up, when they stop repaying, etc., it was the fraud was revealed and whatever happened thereafter. Now, this was revealed, not revealed at the branch level, but this was revealed at the CPC level. So bulk, any bulk, if you come across, we need to be little careful. So in all, but nowadays, looking at the way Reserve Bank of India is moving, they are genuinely doing a fabulous job in terms of identifying what different types of frauds are taking place, and they have been trying to curb. So over the period, I have seen that such aspects are coming down. The new breed of frauds are coming up. So we will have to reveal it when we come across. So RACPC, strictly speaking, you will have processing charges, advocate fees collections, valuers fees, stamp charges collection, and stamp. So basically charges relating to sanctions and processing will be the only accounting that takes place at the CPC. However, like I said, the entire process of loaning takes place there. So typically in LFAR, as you have sanctions, blah, 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 you will not have it there because there is no advance there. But please note that it is part of our duty when we audit these branches. So the uniqueness of service branches is we need to understand its activity and perform our duties, not strictly go on the trial balance given to you, as we are used to when it comes to, because when you go to a branch will say, I don't have any documents, CPC mein hota hai. So there is a gap. There is a gap. And this is where we need to understand if we are allotted a CPC. It's a full-fledged audit. And this is now going to be applicable for all the service branches. So because it was my first service branch, I thought I should explain and make it very clear right in the beginning. There is another service branch we all are aware of, and that is clearing house. Again, daily clearing in, clearing out, balance has to be zero. Frankly speaking, there is nothing there. काम ही नहीं है कुछ उस पर. But unfortunately, I have read one report which says that the CTS, that is centralized truncated system, is also becoming a cause of fraud at the branches. How? See, there was a time a branch manager would know how much, if he is given a loan and a check comes to his branches for clearance, he knows, अरे ये संदीप वेलिंग को check क्यों दे रहा है? What is, he would question that. Today, CTS में क्या होता है? As long as there is a balance in my account, it gets passed. So diversions are taking place because of that. Now, how will service branches arrest it? If you really look at, even I don't have an answer because they are not even allowed to stop it. Even if they find one, because it's not their duty. Today, randomly, they check with the branch because there is some communication that goes on, but there is no solution at the moment with regard to this particular aspect and on clearing side. So there used to be few aspects which are now also taken care of by the systems. However, our guidance note continues to give this guidance because there are possibilities that certain branches, certain places, those systems sometimes doesn't function. Because recently, while auditing one of the bank for a quarterly audit, most of the clearing differences were there. The reason was, at the time of clearing, electricity was off in that Now, so they had to manually pass it. And we observed that the differences were continuing for almost 3 to 4 months because it was not possible for them to reconcile. So such things are very rare, but yes, they are there. So in case there are more debits to your customer, ensure that bank recovers that. More credits, bank recovers that. And if the credits are given to outsider in outward clearing, you recover that from the bank. So these are the aspects which remain in the reconciliation for few days. Okay. Generally, internally banks, they give a lot each other some time, 2-3 days time. And we'll have to ensure that those reconciliation takes place within that. So I don't have much. Like I said, fraud. This is something which RBI also has been saying, So we should be aware, at least, that such a thing is possible. And CTS, when we are auditing the main branches elsewhere, okay, these aspects, if found, we will report. But at the CPC, if found, we can assist the branch auditor of that posting branch. Fixed assets. Now, in fixed assets, sorry. Sorry. Yes. Sir, actually, I'll tell you, you will not find differences going forward, but there were differences earlier which have not been transitioned to CBS. That is one of the major reasons why those differences are there. In fact, not only clearing international transactions, the foreign currency transactions, there was a big issue, and bank used to then knock off amount to amount. Then Reserve Bank of India came up heavily on them that they have to do it transaction wise and not just amount to amount. Because sometimes what happens, certain amounts are always common for certain transactions, and amount to amount clearance will not help. So yes, you are right. But at the same time, if there is a debit difference for more than 6 months, there it is provided. So unfortunately, there is another aspect which I will cover later. Okay. And that is, we as an auditor, we feel satisfied if the provision takes place. And please note, provision is not the end of it. How we will discuss later, I'll come to it. Now, fixed assets. Routine fixed assets, depreciation is one part. But under fixed assets, we need to understand whether there are properties in dispute. There are each bank will have several properties in dispute. Now, how are we dealing with it? The status thereof, and whether it calls for any liability on the part of the bank. So whether the leasehold properties or for matter other properties. There is a possibility that properties are in dispute, the leases are in dispute, leases have expired, but bank continues to hold it. You will find several such, the branch occupying is on some other government department's land, cases going on. So such aspects are there. and appropriate reporting thereof is a responsibility of this branch. So such branches, the other disclosures matter more than mere the financials. Second aspect, I would say almost all the bank. I have my experience even with the best known private banks to public sector bank. Their asset management is in complete mess. For two reasons. A, shifting takes place from one place to another, and lack of, they still don't go on the model. Some banks have transitioned very smoothly. Some banks continue to have certain assets on fixed depreciation rate. Their policy on revaluations differ from year to year. So many aspects that matter when it comes to reporting under fixed assets. And these aspects actually have a greater significance when we are auditing this. One more thing. Most of these banks, you will find this data is still on Excel. It's still not on the systems. It is not integrated in many banks, even today. Or they may have a different system. Now, what happens in one bank? My observation was the depreciation was expected to be at 7 years. The expected life was 7 years. Someone puts that as a 7%. So it's a human error, but a drastic error. And therefore, Excel sheet. So Excel sheet, the problem is Excel sheet versions. Today I work on it, tomorrow I'm on leaves. Some other lady in the office, she picks up the data earlier to that and gives it to the auditor. This is a common problem that we face anywhere where Excel sheet workings are there. So Excel sheet controls, if they are not there, we need to be skeptical. And the reason I'm saying all this is the liability at the auditor level is tremendously increasing. And unless we are vigilant on these aspects and we report on these aspects, we are not going to be so easily absorbed. So if you find, even if he is giving you right, if Excel sheet workings are given, look for the Excel control sheets, and it will not go, put it in your report. Be safe. Because tomorrow, if anything happens, nobody is going to say, yes, you have done the job. So, I need not worry. IFB, Industrial Finance Branch, is a routine large advance branch. Now, this branch generally would have large advances. So anything and everything under the sun that Reserve Bank of India is trying to instruct auditors will get attracted in this branch. Probably every account here will be a material account, and therefore selection criteria, your materiality limits, and your skepticism in terms of many aspects, which we'll discuss, is going to be completely different, even as compared to your normal branch advances. This will be completely different because there are certain regulations that get attracted for large advances. So one thing, I am not going to discuss this LFAR aspect because you have already, Niranjan, I think, has already taken you through this. But major problem in industrial finance branch is that of a monitoring, not sanction, not the disbursements. The monitoring aspects are extremely crucial. And let us find out what all it gets attracted. Almost every account will be above 5 crores. Now, if it is above 5 crores, even if 1 day of SMA category technically attracts the reporting to CRILC. It doesn't matter to us as auditors because in 3-4 days time, it comes back to normal, complete. But Reserve Bank of India says that even if it slips once, a report doesn't matter. It is not a status reporting. Because such an account may have large accounts, large balance outstanding elsewhere. So Reserve Bank of India comes to know, oh, this account is going up and down in 5 banks. So there is an anticipation at the regulatory level for such an account. I will be discussing on certain fraud aspects in the next subsequent slides, and you will know what I'm trying to say. Excuse me. And you will know what I'm trying to say. So one day, SSMs, the Reserve Bank of India officer, every bank is allotted one Reserve Bank of India officer, and he keeps interacting with CSS every quarter. And they keep on giving us lecture on, for this particular account, it is NPA in 3 banks. How come it is? Sir, but it's not with us. He will not say that you downgrade it, but he will keep on poaching us. Boss, this is the problem, this is the problem, this account is a problem. So imagine they are vigilant. So the moment it goes up and down, the majority of the frauds have taken place because such early warnings have been ignored. And Reserve Bank of India exactly said that in a seminar. They said, you people are happy doing provisions. You don't consider the angle of something could be wrong beyond that. Because say if I'm wrong, if I'm genuinely downgraded and upgraded, I can still avail more loans in the bank. But if I am a willful defaulter, if I am a serial defaulter in different banks, I am denied the further credit. Now, if you don't report such things on time, people have enjoyed, they come to the bank, they settle, OTS kar lete hain, they go to different bank, start new life. Naye bank ko fraud chalu hota hai. And there are people who have been identified like that. So idea was, it was observed that this was only because delays in reporting. Generally we feel, अरे जाने दो यार, इतना तो धंधे में होता रहता है. So nobody is trying to restrict you. It's merely a report. So 5 crores and above. Then 5 crores and above, stock audit. I can tell you, stock audits either not allotted, if allotted, audit not conducted. If audit conducted, report not available. If report available, it's not taken cognizance of. And you all have so been auditing, and you will know we find all four every time. And especially in IFB, you will find all four existent at the same time. Always. Now there is a evidence available to you. So look at the different aspects that we need to take care of. It becomes a challenge to us. So that is number two. If reports are available and if adverse comments are there, and if you don't take cognizance thereof, sometimes your hands are tight because technically the account is in order. I'll tell you in one of my case and how, difficult situation, sometimes rather two cases I can narrate. In one case, it's a 400 crore turnover company with some 60 crores of advance. Now, this particular account, his signed balance sheet says 400 crores and actual turnover is only 200 crores in the bank. ये क्यों हुआ? Stock audit report is clear that he settles debtors and creditors directly. What kind of accounting is this? Now, such a thing, and it was not a company, so it was not an audited account. So it was like somebody has done and submitted the tax audit reports, etc., like that. So it was not audited under, yeah. Yeah, I'll come to that. Okay, I'll answer to that question. In fact, I would have addressed that, but I'll tell you now that you raised that question. Reserve Bank of India is very clear that you cannot open account outside your consortium. If you are taking a credit from a bank, the other bank cannot open your account. Bank used to still do that. Okay. Number one reason, somebody will say, "Arey, mera tax portal wahan se aasan hota hai." Some of the private banks were luring people to do transactions through them. So Reserve Bank of India, 3-4 years back, came up with the strict guideline, very strict guideline, and they asked all the banks to close the current accounts, whichever current account they have. They were expected to take confirmation from that current account holder that there is no credit elsewhere. And if the credit is there, close the account. You know what happened? Every bank, every private bank or every other bank, they simply did one thing. Sir, आपका transaction है 5 लाख का, मुझे deposit रखो. I will give you OD. So I convert that into OD. If it is an advance account, current account I can't continue. So problem lies with banks also. RBI has come up with the guideline because other bank, especially private banks, because they want to pull in the business, they do that. So, well, Reserve Bank of India will come up with further such thing to curtail this. But this is exactly a bigger problem. In fact, if I were to little sideline my discussion, cash credit is the product of India only. Nowhere in the world there is a banking product called cash credit. You are sanctioned a loan and you are disbursed according to your needs. The problem is I give you a CC account, a limit and a checkbook in your hand. And with CTS around now, everything is in your hand. Everything is left to your integrity. But in spite of that, I must tell you, our regulators have done a fabulous job. They have been able to curtail it to a great extent. You can see, although frauds are taking place, they are not large enough to shake up our economy, because largely people have been behaving right. Auditors have been doing their job, no doubt about it. Regulators have been doing their job. So we have a different way to control it. That's only thing I can say. But what you say, regulation is available, but people have found a way out. All those current accounts are converted into a OD account. 1 lakh, 5 lakh ka OD hai bas. Running into credits, but OD account. So therefore, the centralized repositories of Reserve Bank of India and reporting there matters. Linking of your PAN card, all of that matters. If any bank has not done, that bank is doing a disservice to themselves and overall to the nation. So reporting is not an administrative lapse. It's a bigger problem, as greater than what we perceive it to be. See, this is the observation on inter-office accounts. Even today, it may not be deliberate. It's not always deliberate. Sometimes it's a convenience. This is what Reserve Bank of India is saying, that inter-office accounts, in every trial balance in a branch, generally what you will not look into and skip, and that is inter-office accounts. Inter-branch account hai, central level pe settle ho jata. That is what we say, and I'm not sure how many times we will look into it. This banks have been, or branches have been using for such purposes to camouflage the systems. Even today, say seamless NPAs is there. RBI has been hampering all along that solidarity credits don't accept. RBI can say, but as an auditor, if something has come to my account, I can't deny, no? If some credit has taken place, I can't deny that. I have to accept that as a credit. So this is a battle between regulator perspective and auditor's perspective, which will keep going on. But when such a thing happens, our extra skepticism comes into the way. There are cases such credits have taken place by debiting the inter-office account. Some other account is disbursed. Debit doesn't go to them, but the credit goes here. And we will not know about it because next day it's reversed. All the inter-office accounts get squared off. This is the observation. And they expect auditors to check this. This is, I think, July 7, 2018 circular. Paragraph. So they park the amounts there. They debit. So any debit given under internal office account is a subject matter of scrutiny, even if it is reversed the next day. Now, camouflaging of system. There are several things. Although seamless NPAs are taking place, you deposit a check, they will tell client, अरे deposit करो यार, खुद का deposit करो, check, bounce हो जाएगा, वो दूसरे दिन होता है. The day it is deposited, it gets credited. It gets bounced, it gets debited next day, after 3 days. The moment credit comes in, system takes that as a credit. So the reason I'm trying to discuss this is look at the different aspects that we need to look into, or we need to be aware of what all things can go wrong here. Then another aspect. I spoke about the debit credits. Okay. Then there is one thing, if the accounts are not reviewed after 180 days, it automatically slips down. In many cases, either they will do a short review. A short review means nothing. Just take some paper, and I continue to find situation where they will say reviewed, but they only change the date in the system. The actual review has not taken place. Now, arguing with the management for such thing, if they have done this, it's a deliberate action on their part, and there is a solid reason why they have done it. So, the general managers and the upper zonal managers will come heavily on you to see to it that you don't pass any remark on this. In my opinion, we should not worry about anyone else, because the days have come where my terminology is, we are mere reporters. We should not become party to the crime that the client is committing. Simple. तुमने किया, मैंने report किया यार. I don't want any झंझट tomorrow. Why should I? 1-2 लाख मिलेगा मेरे को, जिंदगी नहीं बदलेगी उससे मेरी. I'm not going to, sometimes you never know where the situation goes and which account, which problem is linked to this particular aspect. You never know. You report, leave it at that. If that fellow has committed a problem, error, it is his funeral, not yours. It cannot come to you. Simple. Don't worry about it. Nobody will refuse you an audit next year. Don't worry about it. That is the last thing. In fact, these days, even in the private bank, private companies, I would say, if you come up with such strong arguments, audit committee chairmen like it. They feel, "Arey boss, ye auditor hi apne ko mangta hai." Because they are also professional like us. If something goes wrong, they are held accountable. So gone are those days. Private maybe, even if you are working companies also, if it is a genuine independent auditor, independent director, and etc., you should, they ask you that question: how long have you been in quarrel with management? And if you say nothing, everything is hunky-dory, they necessarily don't like it. They necessarily don't want to. At the same time, they don't want a quarreling auditor, but they definitely need a feedback, a frank feedback. So remember now, the situation is turning our way. If you are diligent, if you are straightforward, and even in banks, not everybody who is trying to convince you is party to the fraud. And it is not necessary that it's a fraud. Sometimes it's convenience, sometimes it's, mere situation. But why should we fall into it? We are not asking them to pull down the skies. It's a mere reporting that we are doing, and we should be okay with it. So not necessarily people will have. So reviews, that becomes a problem. DP, that becomes a problem. Certain basic things. And this aspect is taken care of in the IFB. And there is another angle to it also, which I will discuss later. This was all that I discussed was part of the review. See, from various regulators' reports, these are the points that emerge, okay, where they feel, there is a difference between the auditor and their perspective. I have tried to compile that. Camouflage or rollover of accounts, mainly in case of short-term loans. Camouflage through evergreening, round tripping of funds. Now, if you restrict yourself to that account, look at the credit, good enough. You will still be absolved in case some problem. But if you want to be diligent auditors, we need to exercise little extra skepticism to understand if solidarity credit has taken place. Okay, NPA ke bahar nikal aaya, lekin where is this money coming from? What is happening? Are there similar loans given in the same region or similar amounts, same group? Find out. I don't think we should, shy away from such question. And probably you will have your answers. SPVs. I'll give you one example. Typical, this was also my experience in not for three years back. Again, a 30-40 crore loan. I was going through the audit report, the financial statements signed of that company, and I looked at RPTs, related party transactions. 80% of the purchases from related party and 100% of the sales to related party, a different related party. 40 to 45 crores of loan. Now, this fellow manager, see how they are so obsessed with their own business that they don't look at anything else. मेरा business चल रहा है, account बराबर चल रहा है, question मत पूछो. They don't want to touch that guy because he's running fine. And such account only, the day they turn bad, suddenly they are zero. So, he was telling me, sir, actually, this group is very fine. His turnover is reducing, but his other company turnover is increasing. So overall they are doing well, but that other company is not with them. But for me, my business is intact. So if 80% of the purchases and 100% of the sales to one are same RPT, the advance is not given to this company. It's a shell company. You are giving advance to someone else. It's very clear. Now, these are the things we may report. We may report. One old story, 2013, it's a famous case. You may have heard this Winsome Diamond case. One of the difference, see, all PSBs were part of their consortium, and the lead was Stanchart. Lead bank was Stanchart. And it was at that point of time, some 1300 or 1500 crore total exposure. And on the day of the default, Stanchart had zero exposure. PNB had 600 crores. And likewise, therefrom, the least one was, I think, some other small PSB with 200 crores. But Stanchart was nil. You know why? See, there you can see what is happening. We were obsessed with business. We were obsessed with either provision hua, either credit aaya. See, tick box audit is different. See, education to us also over the period we evolve. If such a thing happens today, we discuss certain things. We also know, oh, doing this, probably 8 years back, 5 years back, this particular question of RPT may not have come to my mind. When you come across these aspects, you realize, ye bhi ho sakta hai, ye bhi ho sakta hai, ye bhi ho sakta hai. So, in that case, that company chairman, he resigns. He says, I want to now give my company to be run by professionals. So he comes out. He's only a shareholder. He's a major shareholder, but he's not on the board. All the decisions are taken by the board. Majority of the board members are ex-bankers. See, they never realized that what he did to the company. Finally, he had his loyalties in the company. And what happened ultimately, even today, those directors, some of them are above 80, are battling with CBI. He's scot-free. Because he was merely a shareholder. He was not party to the decision. Now, we should realize even such changes, what all could go wrong, because IFB, every account is a material account. A large account is, every account is a material account. And everything is possible there. Now I'll come to this aspect of that extra skepticism which leads to, although we are not responsible, we should, regulator is pushing us towards that. The Reserve Bank of India has come up with one fantastic guideline on, I think, May 15, 2015 or May 7, 2015 on EWS, that is early warning signal. That is one of the fabulous positive circular that I've come across. Wherein, I have given few instances of that are listed in that circular in my presentation subsequently. Now, over here, it says, if account is 50 crores and above exposure, it's vulnerable and therefore comes under the ambit of that particular circle. 90% of the frauds took place in banking were in large advances above 50 crores. And none of them were those cheap level frauds. Check issue kiya and Mercedes kharida. Such stupid frauds are not there. They are large, they are very smart. And unless you have the perspective in identifying those problems, you will come to know only when they have gone bad. There is going to be a day it was bad, it is bad. Simple. So, factors, sir, first, opening account with banks outside consortium. This was identified long ago. Divergence, lapses in credits, underwriting, etc., etc., etc. Okay. So delayed. Here, this is where Reserve Bank of India said what I said, I was telling you earlier. See, delayed recognition, we kept on providing 10%, 20%, 30%. We were worried about security, blah, 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 blah. And that fellow gets time. That fellow gets time. If you identify these problems, majority of these frauds have been such where they are standard today and they are a bad loan tomorrow. Direct, 100% provision. Majority of them. Majority of them. And therefore, it is necessary that we understand how it's moving. Okay. So, if you delay in credit reporting, if you delay on these so-called administrative lapses, reporting on so-called administrative lapses, you are giving a time. So please note, this is very crucial. So opening of current account is coming again and again. So what happens? If these are some of the instances, if account is above 50 crores and there are 45 items, I have listed some 8-10 here. You may go through that circular. If bank observes this in account above 50 crore, it should be recognized as a red flagged account. 50 crores and above. So, critical issues highlighted in the stock audit report. Poor disclosure of materially adverse information. Frequent changes in the scope of the project. Liabilities appearing in ROC search report, not in the annual report. Not routing the sales through consortium member. Rates of income tax, significant reduction in the stake of the promoters or pledging of shares. If you observe, you need not downgrade that guy. Red flag it. And there is a separate mechanism for that. Now, somewhere I feel Reserve Bank of India down the line, like they were hammering us first on NPA, then they started hammering us on synchronization through CBA, that entire seamless NPA mechanism. There are so many things that they keep on hammering. Now, this year, they are also hammering on the SR valuation aspect, which is actually not a subject matter of this topic, but security receipts. So, assets given to ARCs. They were doing it. Then now they say, even if you give it to ARCs, you will continue to provide as if they are with you. So they are hammering on that. So they are trying to plug in every aspect. They are going to come down to this also. There are red flag account in every bank today. However, somewhere my perception, banks are still not capturing this or they shy away from reporting. So this is an open area. Probably in next 2-3 years, this will be their focus, probably. So this is just 8-10 items. There are 45 items like that. Some of the items may have been taken care of by the seamless accounting CBS systems also. But these are the areas, even if you observe. So like I said, RPTs, observe. 50 crores and above, lagao. RFP mein lag. RFS, amna. RFA lagao. This will and we are as auditor are helping the regulator. Now this year, another aspect they have done. They have like auditors, they had taken a seminar of internal auditors of all the banks. As per the Basel requirement, internal auditor is supposed to be reporting to RBI, rather a regulator, as per the Basel norms. But over here, they continue to report to the top management. Now they are trying to segregate that further. So, like auditors, they are trying to make internal auditors also independent. This will enhance our mechanism. So we also be part of this entire endeavor to ensure that overall, the governance is improved. So mere figures, mere auditing those and tick in the box, I think everybody can do. But when we try to look at read between the lines and report, probably that's where they mean that we should be little extra vigilant or extra skeptical. And that's where the service lies, in my opinion. Now, this 2000 crore above, that circular was struck by Supreme Court. But that matters because they say it may so happen that in your bank, it is a 200 crore account. But overall exposure into banking industry could be 2000. We wish to know whether your branch manager or your bank knows what is that fellow's exposure to the banking industry. So any large account, it is necessary that your bank knows what is the exposure of that account to the entire banking industry. It matters. That is where the governance comes into picture. So see to it that you select such accounts, find out. NCLT proceedings. NCLT is going slow, but yes, that has also given some good recovery points for banks. And generally, IFB won't have it. NCLT, it would be probably part of the recovery branches. Red flagged accounts I spoke about. Yeah. There is one more thing. STRs. Inquire whether there are any issues reported under STR from the branch that you are auditing. Because suspicious transactions are not necessarily large number transactions. So over the period, mechanism has increased tremendously. And if there are such transactions, please look into those. It's only a matter of inquiry and trying to find out whether, if such a thing is available in your branch. Based on that, your next strategy would arrive. So, and probably finally, stress assets or recovery branches. This is where only NPA accounts are there and recovery takes place. So over here, from our side, if you look at the legal charges, the status of recovery, all of that is part of this particular department. The contingent liability relating to the litigations, counter litigations is also certified in this branch. So recovery as it takes place is one aspect. Probably upgradation compilation also takes place in these branches. In some banks, it is centralized at CPC level or specialized level like this. So all kinds of upgradation are also accounted here. Recoveries are accounted here. Now, entire legal mechanism, empanelment of lawyers, all of that is part of this particular department. So recovery department. So from our trial balance perspective, again, nothing much, but yes, quite a lot for us to report, which is off the balance sheet. This is a standard. So this is all I had as specialized branches. If you have any questions or anything that we wish to debate, I'll be happy.
Because if this happen, and party is restricted to one bank, you do whatever you want, whatever account you open with one bank.
Jokingly कहता हूँ, आपका क्लाइंट है, मैंने जाके बोला कि मुझे भी धंधा दो, तो ICI मुझे कमिट करेगी।
नहीं sir, वो तो ये this is
आपका धंधा है तो मुझे भी धंधा दो।
ये but
ये नहीं होता।
when
This is-
people
this is
are
ideal
taking
situation.
undue advantage of finance. Means other bank cannot be penalized.
No, no, but if I get myself trapped into other aspect, yes. But not
If this doesn't happen, then ये तो game चलता रहेगा ऐसा.
ये तो चलता है। पर फिर भी मैं आपको कहता हूँ ना, फिर भी आप देखो इतना मेजर प्रॉब्लम नहीं। The reason is the governance is good. The people will ask for this. It's a free market. Question is whether there is any unethical aspect. So we should rather address the unethical part rather than, restricting people to promote their business.
On this occasion, if other bank comes in picture, then before entering with the entity, he must be compelled to find out if there is anything wrong with the first.
Yeah. That regulation is there already. That is there. In fact, my suggestion has been PC is a problem.
So my question is relating to the valuer's fee and the advocate fee that is being paid. So in that case, the CPC, they are, debiting their P&L account and, paying the fees and then recovering it from the borrowers, or, they ask directly the borrowers to pay the valuation
In
fee.
recovery branches, they cannot give it to the client. Because there cannot be any debit to NCLT.
Okay, no, but the normal CPC, for example, the housing loan processing and all that, P&L account, and then they claim it from the customers. And what happened to the GST portion? For example, if somebody wants to claim the GST on the valuation fees or, the advocate fee, in that case, how the borrower is going to claim that?
think, I'm not very sure, I'm not good at GST, but for banks, there is a different GST regulation, wherein they can claim only 50% of the credit and they cannot pass on that. So bank has that.
Okay, but the borrower can claim, I mean.
Yeah. They give you a certificate. No?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for the lucid and detailed presentation. Friends, you all will agree that these are the times of specialization, and even the banks are working very hard to get into the specialized zone like RACPC. Even SBI has already started. I remember when I used to do SBI couple of years back, I had the audit of the branches. So we used to had LHO, RHO and whatnot at the SBI. Really, sir, with your wisdom of knowledge and what you had shared, it was really an eye opener and learning thing for all of us. So on behalf of WIRC and all the members present here, I request you all to please give him with a round of applause, a hearty deserving vote of thanks. Thank you so much, sir. We are straight away starting with the next session. I would request Piyush Bhai to take a charge.
Now I request Piyush sir and Ritesh sir to welcome our speaker by giving memento. Thank you, sir. This is our last session of 2 days banking conference. Yesterday, we have started with new terminology, new age banking by Shri Rajnish Karnatak, ED of Union Bank of India. He has also shown faith in overall audit process by saying CAR backbone of banking industry. Thereafter, CNL Saxena has explained in very step-by-step manner about smart planning and execution. The most important suggestion which I have observed by him are for accounts, we have given MOC, and for accounts which we have leaved, you should have proper documentation and justification for our action. And the second is there should not be any contradiction in our 3 types of report, mainly LFAR, main audit report, and IFCO FR. Then we have very healthy discussion with bankers like from Bank of India and State Bank of India about their expectations from branch auditor. The major expectation is about adequacy of specialized resources, that is competency of our audit staff. In same line, we have also have a good suggestion expectation of Central Statutory Auditor in panel discussion with Abhay Kamath sir, Pankaj sir, and Jayesh Kala sir. Then the detailed discussion of IRAC norms and asset verification is taken by Suresh Agaskar sir with practical case studies. Today morning, Niranjan Joshi sir has given very well explained precautions we should take care while drafting LFAR and also about documentation. CA Amit Meher has shown us forensic audit approach and fraud reporting, which will definitely help us in bank audit. And just now, Sandeep Welling sir has covered the specialized branch audit. बाप रे, बहुत कुछ सुन लिया 2 दिन में, और इतना सब सुनने के बाद शायद ऐसे लगता होगा कि whether it is possible. तो शायद yes, it is possible, but it is possible only with the help of technology. And therefore, we have the last session on help of technology in auditing. It is not optional. Now it is compulsion to have technical skill. So I request CA Ritesh Gattani sir to introduce our last speaker, Mr. Akash Rughani sir. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Sonal, for the opportunity to introduce such a interactive speaker. You can ask any question in between the session also. Regarding technology, it is just, you cannot escape this thing for the bank audit purpose. You have to do the most important thing, that is Power BI and Excel used for the each and every aspect of what is the bank audit. Let me introduce Akash ji. Akash Rughani entered in the field of risk consulting and analytics post completing his chartered accountancy course. He has also cleared FRM from GRP, and he has cleared 7 actual exams from Actual Institute of India. He has a decade of experience in the consulting and risk analytics space in the banking, financial services, and insurance. With this, I request Akash ji to take the charge. Thank you.
Hi, good evening all. Yeah, so I think Sonali ma'am put it nicely. So marathon chal raha hai. So we are in the last lap. I hope I can impress upon certain things which I in my career have observed and have tried to develop. So before I start getting into the technical, मैं खाली थोड़ा सा brief दे देता about how things develop. So I, as Sir pointed out, entered into consulting. I entered into first was my area was insurance, GI insurance, general insurance. वहां पे हम लोग को सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट पहली बार आया वेयर इन माय फर्स्ट टाइम आई सॉ लाइन आइटम 12 लाख 15 लाख का क्लेम आता है साल में, 25 लाख पॉलिसी इशू होती है. On that we had to do analytics. Okay, so even if I have to find an average, Excel रो देता है, correct? So that's where we started learning all the tools. So वो problem मेरे को थोड़ा जल्दी आया करके I entered into all these new age tools because I had to find an answer. Slowly, steadily, I saw that these tools are now becoming like all pervasive सब जगह पे. ऐसा नहीं है कि खाली इधर है. धीरे धीरे they have entered into a lot of domains. Okay. I will be touching upon a couple of examples today. Okay. In case you find you want to ask more, I'll be more than happy to help you through if I can on the other areas that are there. Okay. So for today, I'll be just introducing Power Query hota kya hai. ठीक है, what exactly is the tool? Why is it important for us? Then we will enter into the UI. मतलब दिखता कैसा है, क्या क्या चीज. I'll just briefly explain कैसा दिखता है so you get used to it. The best part is Excel का छोटा या बड़ा भाई बोल लो, काफी हद तक simple है to understand and that is a big advantage that it has. And finally, I'll be doing certain import of CCOD files that are there for banks जो typically TXT, RPT या अलग अलग formats में आता है. Okay? पहले मैं conventional approach बताऊंगा जहाँ पे Excel से कैसे use करते हैं. फिर I will try to do it using Power Queries. And then I'll highlight, मतलब hopefully by the time I do it, सबको पता चल जाएगा advantage क्या है. मेरे को last वाला slide बोलना ना पड़े. Before I begin, anyone here has used Power Queries? Get transform tools of Excel. You have used it. Great. There's one person. Anyone else? Chalo, great. Better. So let's start with the introduction. थोड़ा सा theory है. Okay. So we get an idea. Excel ने, I think tool तो बहुत पुराना है. Okay. 2013 में एक launch किया था Power Query Excel add-in करके. After that, it got used as a part of Excel as a standard package. So all those who have 2016 and after Excel, Power Query is a part of it. Before that, if you're using Excel, you'll have to download and add in. Agar 365 use kar rahe ho, so by definition, it comes with the uploaded version of it. The best part is that it follows a 80-20 rule. What do I mean by that? 80% is GUI based, click, drag, drop का काम है. 20% एक पीछे जो कोड चलता है जिसको M language बोलते हैं और M engine बोलते हैं वो है. That gets into the advanced part. Let's leave that aside. जो 80% है वो भी बहुत 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 effective है. Okay. The second best part about Power Query is that it has two very strong advantages. We will do it when we do the practice. One is that it has an audit trail. मतलब and this happened yesterday. मेरा एक आर्टिकल VLOOKUP करके पिवट करके कुछ मेरे को बना के दे रहा था. अभी अगर मेरे को उसको चेक करना है, the only way I can check in Excel is either I have some thought on the output के ये दो चीज चेक करो आंसर है, या तो फिर मेरे को पूरा वापस करना पड़ेगा. Excel का biggest drawback is it does not have a step by step trail, audit trail बोले तो, ठीक है. That is overcome greatly by this tool that is there. ठीक है. So वो वजह से काफी एडवांटेज होता है. मेरे को समझ में आ जाता है बंदे ने फाइल में क्या क्या काम किया है. उसके बाद मैं उसको बोल सकता हूँ कि ऐसा ऐसा कर भाई, ये गलती हुआ है, ये आगे कर. Okay. It is an excellent tool for automating anything and everything which is standard. मतलब अगर कोई स्टैंडर्ड चीजें हैं, कॉलम स्टैंडर्ड है, ये है, पूरा ऑटोमेट करने के लिए एक बार क्वेरी लिखो, एवरीथिंग विल हैपन फॉर द नेक्स्ट टाइम ऑलवेज. हाँ, बट इफ यू आर हैविंग अ कस्टमाइज रिक्वायरमेंट, व्हेन आई से कस्टमाइज, तो थोड़ा सा मेहनत ज्यादा होगा. ओके, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं होगा, बट थोड़ा सा मेहनत ज्यादा होगा. मे बी यू विल हैव टू टेक सपोर्ट ऑफ दैट 20% दैट आई एम रेफरिंग टू. ओके, why is it important for us? We deal with a lot of data and majority of data is spreadsheets. तो Power Query कुछ नहीं है, एक powered spreadsheet है. एक पावर्ड स्प्रेडशीट टूल है जहां पे कुछ कुछ चीजें आसानी से हो सकती है जो वी हैव टू यूज. ओके, सो हम लोग बहुत सारे रेपिटेटिव टास्क करते हैं. Majority of our reconciliations, imports are the same thing. So if something's done in the same way, we make a query out of it, lives will be easier. And finally, इसको करने के लिए कोडिंग नहीं चाहिए, डोमेन नॉलेज चाहिए. मतलब सबको ऐसा लगता है कि नहीं भाई ये हैवी कोडिंग होगा, ऐसा नहीं है. इसके लिए डोमेन नॉलेज चाहिए. कैसे मैं डेटा को एनालाइज करूं इज इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज we are moving to something which is called as no code or low code platforms, जहां पे कोडिंग पे एम्फोसिस चला गया है, आउटपुट पे एम्फोसिस बढ़ गया है. सबने यहाँ पे चैट जीपीटी सुना होगा. मतलब राइट नाउ पीपल कैन जस्ट गो देयर. मैं अब भी आपके सामने भी अगर चैट जीपीटी को बोलूंगा कि ऐसा ऐसा कर, तो मेरे को कोड कॉपी करके दे देगा, मेरे को सिर्फ कॉपी पेस्ट करना है. So the point that I'm trying to make here is people who understand the data are far more valuable than people who can just code it. Okay, and it has become very, very easy right now to do all of that. So I will now look at the UI. I'll just open up in Excel. Oops. Okay, so Excel के अंदर ये डेटा टैब है. डेटा टैब के अंदर पूरा पावर क्वेरी एडिटर है. अगर 2016 से पहले एड इन यूज कर रहे हो तो एक पावर क्वेरी करके टैब होगा. इफ यू आर यूजिंग दी आफ्टरवर्ड्स इट विल बी स्ट्रेट अवे डेटा टैब. डेटा टैब के अंदर यू हैव मल्टीपल थिंग्स हियर. दिस इज द एंटायर पावर क्वेरी डैशबोर्ड और व्हाटएवर यू कॉल. यहां से आई लॉन्च द एडिटर. दिस इज व्हाट द स्क्रीन लुक्स लाइक, वेरी सिमिलर टू एक्सेल. ओके, सो दिस इज व्हाट द स्क्रीन लुक्स लाइक. ठीक है, सो यहाँ पे मेरा एक बार काम होने के बाद क्लोज एंड लोड, जस्ट लोड इट टू वेर एवर यू वांट टू लोड इट टू एन एक्सेल फाइल, लोड इट देयर. यहाँ पे द होम टैब के अंदर इफ यू वांट टू कोड मैन्युअली यू गेट इनटू एडवांस्ड एडिटर. कॉलम्स, रोज, सॉर्टिंग, splitting columns. If I want to split columns into multiple columns, okay, I want to do a pivot. Group by basically is a mini pivot. मेरे को छोटा सा let's say एक sum चाहिए by a area, let's say account type wise sum चाहिए, max gain account का sum चाहिए, SME exchange का sum चाहिए, किसी का भी sum चाहिए, group by करके you will get your sums through or a mini pivot through. ठीक है, then if I have to replace certain values, if I have to merge two queries, merge is basically VLOOKUP. ठीक है, मेरे को अगर अकाउंट नंबर से आज का बैलेंस, कल का बैलेंस, परसों का बैलेंस, व्हाटएवर महीने पहले का बैलेंस लाना है, इट्स अ स्ट्रेट VLOOKUP. ओके, अपेंड इज एडिंग क्वेरीज बिलो. ओके, parameters is a little advanced, so I'll not be touching that today. Okay, data source is whatever source of data that I want to. You can get data from everywhere, SQL, TXT, CSV. पूरा फोल्डर उठा के भी डाल सकते हो, पूरा फोल्डर के अंदर जितनी फाइल हो सारी उठा लेगा. Okay, then once we are done with this, then we enter into transform. So basically data extract करने के बाद the next thing comes is transform. Data को transform कैसे करना है, how will I change or edit the data, उसके लिए भी बहुत कुछ छोटे छोटे tools दिए हुए हैं. Okay, transpose is, I think everyone knows, making row into a column or column into a row. Okay, then detect data type is a beautiful feature that is there. मतलब ऑटोमेटिकली डेट होगा तो डेट डिटेक्ट कर लेगा, ईयर डिटेक्ट कर लेगा, टाइम डिटेक्ट कर लेगा, और आपको कुछ निकालना है तो निकाल भी देगा. रिप्लेस, fill values is basically fill copy pasting values through. Okay, pivot, unpivot is also something which is fairly known of, and I think this is applicable if I have any numerical values, statistical करना है, कुछ operators लगाना है, scientific operators लगाना है तो. Okay, add column is where you can use Excel like formulas. I have to add a column, this minus this plus this into this, or this equal to this, if then else, ऐसे भी statements है बने हुए query editors में. Okay, so this is how a UI looks like. It's fairly similar to what an Excel sheet looks like. काफी same है, toggling भी काफी same है. Okay, the thing that I was referring to, the audit trail, if you see, अभी तक मैंने कुछ import नहीं किया था करके वो blank आ रहा था. On the right hand side, if you see here, if you see on this right hand side here is where the steps come. Okay. Source मैंने पहले data कोई source से उठाया, फिर मैंने data का कुछ type change किया और फिर text में trimming किया. So in this file spaces थे, तो मेरे को spaces निकालने थे तो trimming हुआ. So this is basically where your audit trail comes, and this is a very very helpful tool. मेरे को हर step by step पता चल जाता है. Okay. So now let's try to apply in the banking side of things. So I have typically a CCOD file, ठीक है, जो typically TXT format में आता है. अच्छा, how everyone knows text to column in Excel? Everyone's comfortable with that. So I'll just do a quick text to column and then we will do it in Power Query in case anyone here does not know. So ये मेरा file, I'll just close the Power Query editor. I go to home, so let me open a CCOD file. ठीक है. Now दो तरीके हैं, मैं फाइल डायरेक्ट एक्सेल में खोलूं या फिर इधर खोल के इंपोर्ट भी करूं, कॉपी पेस्ट भी करूं, whatever you are comfortable with. Okay. I think everyone knows there is a trend that I see here. There is after a forward straight line, there is a split coming. So everyone goes to the text to columns, goes to the delimited value because it's not fixed with. You basically then select your and you finish it. Correct. अभी सब data sort हो गया column format में. इसके बाद जो काम का है वो रखोगे, जो काम का नहीं है वो delete करोगे. अभी ये first वाला है, कुछ काम का नहीं है, I'll delete it off. ठीक है, बीच में spaces है. I think everyone knows this. This is something which is very very comfortable with everyone. खाली इसका एक ही प्रॉब्लम है, करने के बाद कल वापस फाइल आया तो वापस वो करना है, या एक महीने बाद फाइल आया तो वापस वो करना है. करेक्ट. वी डोंट वांट टू डू इट इफ इट इज दिस मैकेनिकल. हाँ, अगर कुछ आप जेन्युइन कुछ एनालिटिक्स कर रहे हो, कुछ निकाल रहे हो तो ठीक है. ओके, सो आई ट्राई टू रेप्लिकेट दिस इन अ पावर क्वेरी एडिटर. सो इफ यू सी हियर गेट डेटा, we have an option here from getting it from text or CSV. I'll select the text file. I will go to the file. It's on my desktop. Yeah. So I press that import. I've selected the file. उसने raw data सब उठा लिया अंदर से. कभी कभार if the file is very standard, वो कभी कभार detect करके split भी कर देगा. But this is the way the raw data comes in. Now I don't want to load this data. I want to transform. I want to make changes in this data, right? So I load the data now. So my first step, source से data आ गया. Okay, next step मैंने वहां पे क्या किया था? Text to column, same चीज, split column by a delimiter. I select the same delimiter that's there, which is the straight file. यहाँ पे बहुत सारे options है, will be used when you are doing this. Leftmost मतलब पहली बार उसको slash दिखा, वो split कर देगा, बाकी का सब रहने देगा. Rightmost मतलब right में जब उसको slash दिखा, वो exchange कर देगा, बाकी सब रहने देगा. And at every instance, जितनी बार उसको slash दिख रहा है, उतनी बार एक नया column बन रहा है, उतना time a new column is being made. Okay? So that's what I want. I want a new column for every time. So I press OK. I have now the same thing that has happened. The first column is not important for me. So I remove that column. I see multiple blanks. So I can just simply do whatever I always do. I filter out the blanks. So I remove out the null files. So the blanks are now gone. Okay. Now this account number, account type, customer number, customer name, all are ideally title headers. So what I'll do is I'll use first row as headers. If I do this, this automatically becomes the headers. Okay. Now under, if you remember, हर account के लिए बार-बार आ रहा था. So मैं क्या करता हूँ ना, filter करके वो भी निकाल देता हूँ. So if you see here, ये बार-बार आ रहा था. Account number, हर account number के details पे आ रहा था. So I do that. Now this completes a broad import. अभी इसके बाद और थोड़ा data massaging होता है. So guys, if you see here, I have everything recorded. File आया, by a txt format, मैंने column split किया by a delimiter, मैंने type change किया, ठीक है, मैंने column निकाला, मैंने null rows निकाले, I promoted the headers, ठीक है, I changed the type again and I filtered the rows. Okay. इसके बाद अभी और भी करना बाकी है. We also do a lot of other stuff. Okay. So now if you see here, this is not in a correct format. Drawing power या limit जो है, if you see here, यहाँ पे type दिखाता है वो ABC, मतलब it is taking it as a text. We want it as a number. Okay. So यहाँ पे अगर आप detect type पे click करोगे तो automatically वो खुद ही detect कर लेगा. So if I go for limit, I detect type. Automatically it will convert into a number. अगर आपको manually करना है तो यहाँ पे you can click and you can click a currency or a decimal number. Okay, it can also detect date, so I can detect date type. Account balance. Ideally ये सब करने को है ना Excel में थोड़ा मेहनत जाता है. वो माइनस को पहले लाओ, स्पेस को रिमूव करो, फाइंड रिप्लेस करो, थोड़ा 2-3 स्टेप है. ठीक है, uncleared balance. Okay, again I want to just change the type, sorry. I'll just change it to a decimal number or I'll let it do it on its own also. दोनों जो आपको जमे वो कर सकते हो आप. Okay. Now, after that, let's say I want to do a pivot of the account type. Okay, so I go to group by. Here it is group by. Okay. Now, I want to do a group by of account type. I want to do a pivot of account type. ठीक है, नया कॉलम बनेगा तो मैं उसका कॉलम का नाम दे देता हूँ टोटल डीपी दे देता हूँ. Okay, drawing power. What operation I want? Do I want a sum? Do I want an average? Do I want a median, minimum, max? I want a sum. Of what? I want the sum of DP. Okay. I press OK. Automatically जो account type का जो drawing power है वो आ जाएगा. अभी इसके बाद limit भी चाहिए तो I can go and edit this. I can go into advanced and I can do a double. I go to advanced. I'll add an total limit कर देता हूँ. Again sum and limit. Okay. So ये कर लिया, बाजू में limit भी आ गया. ठीक है. I hope everyone is able to follow this. अभी फायदा इसके कल एक और आया. मेरे को क्या करने का, I have to just go to source, to go to settings. यहाँ पे वो नई फाइल लिंक कर देने की. Let's say copy करके. All the steps will happen automatically. You don't have to do anything whatsoever. Okay, I just have to press this double click. दो मेरे इसमें copy file है तो आंसर चेंज नहीं होगा, but it will come back here. No need to refresh it. Okay, no need to do anything. ये हो गया. अगर आपको वो वाली फाइल और ये वाली फाइल दोनों भी चाहिए तो what I do is I just do a duplicate here. एक और क्वेरी बन गई, जो भी है मैं क्वेरी का नाम बदल दूंगा. यहाँ पे जाके पुराना वाला फाइल दे देता हूँ, फिर दोनों को मर्ज भी कर सकता हूँ. हाँ, किधर भी मंथ ऑन मंथ करना है, डेली करना है. ये फाइल आप इनफैक्ट आप ये फाइल मैं अभी एक्सेल फाइल अगर आपको शेयर कर दूंगा फॉर आई जस्ट डू अ क्लोज एंड लोड. जस्ट अ सेक, जस्ट डिलीट दिस. हाँ, पर एक इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, कॉलम टाइप, the structure of the data should not change. If the structure of the data changes, everything has to be done. This is applicable only if structures of data remain constant. ठीक है? Sorry. 90% of the time that will be the case, but there will be some cases where branch to branch नहीं differ होगा, पर bank to bank differ हो सकता है. Bank to bank differ हो सकता है. No, there are no limitations in this, but if you are going above 1-2 lakh line items, your processor should be very good. जैसे Excel का 10 लाख का limitation है in terms of rows, Power BI का Power Query का कोई limitation नहीं है, but your PCs need to be very good because this does processing. अगर ideally if it goes about 10 lakhs as a line item, I would suggest to do it in some other tool because you will need to have at least 16 GB of RAM with an i7 processor to process it nicely. Otherwise, it will create problems. But आज के तारीख में i7 16 is not that expensive as is. So I'll just first do a close and load. I was doing that, yeah. So I do a close and load. फुल है यहाँ पे वो लोड हो गया फाइनल फाइल. ओके, अभी ये मैं सेव करके मैं आपको मेल कर देता हूँ. आपको फिर से फाइल खोलना है, सिर्फ ये जगह पे डबल क्लिक करना है, ऑटोमेटिकली एडिटर खुलेगा. आपको यहाँ पे स्टेप पे अपना फाइल डाल देना है, वो सारे स्टेप्स वापस कर देगा. Nobody has to do anything. Now the question on the date format. Everyone with me, right? Yeah. Very easy, guys. I think one of the most easiest tools, to be very honest. Now on the type, right? So again, if you do a date type, I'll just go to a date type. So here I will go and select it into a date. Now इसमें एक दो जगह पे प्रॉब्लम क्या आएगा, किधर किधर zeros है. So I'll just convert it, sorry, I'll just convert it to a date. It's asking me query in between. 6 step के बाद there are more steps. It will affect, if it affects the आगे का values, it's asking me that. I'm okay with it even if it affects. Okay. Now जिधर जिधर error आ रहा है ना, उधर 999 या 000 value था. If you load it, it will not create any problems. It will either show a blank or it will show 999. Actual dates have been detected. ये डेट में से मेरे को खाली ईयर निकालना है, मैं ईयर भी निकाल सकता हूँ. मेरे को खाली डे निकालना है, डे भी निकाल सकता हूँ. किसी के पास टाइम फॉर्मेट है, टाइम भी निकाल सकता हूँ. इट्स वेरी इजी. I have to just add a column and put a date or time to it. Automatically या तो year to it, तो 2015, 18, 19, 20 ऐसा आ जाएगा. No, it's simple. So I'll just close this. I'll cancel this off. Delete. So what did I do? I just went here and I changed this type to date. Yeah. Right click it. Simple clicking. Yeah. जिधर एरर आ रहा है उधर zeros होंगे. I'll see one more date type. हाँ, इधर भी देखो zeros है. जिधर zeros है उधर error आएगा. I can replace the errors also. Again, just click on this ABC, convert it to a date. Again, accept the insert. We have got the date types through. Okay. It's very beautiful, to be very honest. Again, I do a close and load. It will refresh the query. इसमें कोई impact नहीं है because grouping पे date का कोई impact नहीं था. Okay. I now everyone with me till now? Any problems? Fairly standard, guys. Fairly easy. I think Excel से ज़्यादा easy है, to be very honest. Macros से भी बहुत ज़्यादा easy है. Macros से भी काफी ज़्यादा easy है because macros में आपको थोड़ा customization करना पड़ता है. इसमें Excel खुद बना के दे रहा है आपको, खाली click करना है. The reason it is a low code no code is because coding backend पे हो रही है, but आपको दिख नहीं रही है. ठीक है. So अगर कुछ customized बनाना है, so that is when coding knowledge will be required, but 70 to 80% of it will be taken care very easily. You will not have to, you have to give time once. It may take time for the first time, but after that you don't have to give time again because assuming everything, the structure of the file is same, you will not have to give any time again. Okay. I'll do a merge. Anything that you want to ask before I go ahead? Yeah. That 20% will require some element of coding. So ये आप एडवांस एडिटर खोलोगे ना तो ये बैकएंड पे सारा काम हुआ है. लेट सोर्स टेबल कहाँ से उठाना, ये कोड है. दिस इज M language. This is M language of Excel or Power Query. Do I need to learn this? I would not say yes. ठीक है, बहुत कुछ मिलता है नेट पे. ठीक है, you will get 80% of it from the net. What you need to learn is how do you handle the queries in it. बस. ठीक है. There are many codes that are there. I think time per कुछ अपडेट हो जाता है. Even stock items update हो जाती है. That level of things भी हुए हैं and बहुत easily available है. So honest, not need to learn the 80% of it. It will not be more than 3-4 hours of learning. खाली आपको देखना है कौन सा चीज क्या है और क्या कर रहा है बस. क्या? So if it is creating a row separator, you will have to merge the rows through. You'll have to understand कैसे करना है and it should be consistent. एक में 4 हो रहा है, एक में 6 हो रहा है, एक में 2 हो रहा है, एक में 3 हो रहा है, तो मेहनत ज्यादा है. अगर सब में 3-3, 4-4 हो रहा है तो मेहनत कम है. यहाँ पे एक ही था, single row, yes. So then you will have to modulo करके इसमें है tool. You'll have to give, as I told you, if it is 0, 1, 2 and after that 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, then it will happen. But if there is 1, 0, 1, 2, 4, then 1, 2, then 1, 4, 1, 3, तो बैठना पड़ेगा आपको क्योंकि structure consistent नहीं है. So structures, there are two big limitations of Power Query. One, if it is not a consistent structure, you will have to obviously go via the conventional Excel route. Two is that you cannot edit rows directly. So मतलब अगर यहाँ पे मेरे को कुछ भी change करना है, मैं कुछ भी change नहीं कर पाऊंगा. So if you see here, I am not allowed to do anything. Advantage भी है, disadvantage भी है. कल उठ के किसी का गलती से कुछ change नहीं होगा. But अगर आपको कुछ genuinely करना है, तो आपको Excel में जाके करना पड़ेगा. या फिर आपको Power Query के कोई formula use करके करना पड़ेगा. I hope I'm clear. You have to create a column, copy this, retain this, split this. You will not have the legacy of typing through. Why will you not have the legacy of typing through? Because it will not create a audit trail. Close and load किया Excel में ही हुआ. ये Excel ही है. आपको जो करना है अभी इसके बाद Excel में इधर और से खुद से काम करना है तो इधर Excel पे you can work on. सॉरी, हाँ कुछ भी करना है ये चेंज कर सकते हो, ये डिलीट कर दो. Once it comes in Excel, you can do the customization. So ऐसा नहीं है कि you are left hanging. जो चीज आपको लगता है कि बहुत structured है उसके लिए बैठा दो. जो चीज unstructured है, try to structure it because don't take the easy way out. The easiest way out is वो Excel में करो. आप जितना कोशिश करोगे structure करने का उतना फायदा ज्यादा है. Because your time involvement reduces by a drastical value. Right now, if I have to check any of my work, my client's work, or my article's work, it's a big pain. A lot. So you have SQL, you can directly import web pages also, PDFs also. But PDF का structure है, PDF में subjective है. Notepad तो TXT file होगा. PDF, I can import a bank statement through also. If you want, I can import. मतलब मैंने HDFC ट्राई किया है, HDFC import होता है. अभी ICICI हर बैंक का देखना पड़ेगा, but ideally you can import. See here you have from picture also data लेता है. Get data के अंदर from a file. I can get from Excel, I can get from TXT, I can get from XML, I can get from JSON, I can directly get from a PDF. I can import an entire folder through also. Folder के अंदर 5 Excel फाइल है और 5 की 5 अंदर आ जाएगी. मर्ज भी हो जाएगी और आप आगे काम भी कर सकते हो. Okay, so even that is also very easily possible. We will import if you want. It's easy. From databases, this is for आगे के अगर किसी को SQL, Microsoft Access. If someone's working with some file which backend is an SQL or an Access, you can use this. I don't think so. Azure का जरूरत अपने को पड़ेगा. From any of the power platforms that are there. So Microsoft has entire Power Suite, Power Automate, Power BI, Power Queries. All of these platforms, Power Pivot is also there. Beautiful platforms for reducing the coding efforts that's there. Okay. From any other sources, this is from a table or a range is from मेरे पास अगर existing Excel sheet से मेरे को existing Excel sheet से import करना है, तो I will select this from a table or a range. So मतलब मैं क्या करूंगा, वो रेंज सिलेक्ट कर दूंगा और इंपोर्ट कर दूंगा, ऑटोमेटिकली एक्सेल से ही सीधा पावर क्वेरी में चला जाएगा. ठीक है. From a web, I can directly download stock price data also from the web. Okay. From ODBC, ODBC is a tally connector. So if I want to take data from tally also, direct ODBC connectors hai. From picture, and blank query is where I have, if I make my own query, मैं किधर से भी कर सकता हूँ. Sorry. हाँ, but ideally I gave the example of tally because सबको tally जमता है. The purpose of giving tally as an example of that. Yeah, there are many other software that also use ODBC and you can directly do a connector there. But tally, the reason I gave that example is everyone understands that. Great. Oops. Did I press something? Yeah. So अभी VLOOKUP भी अपना बहुत अच्छा साथी है, to be very honest. So I go back to the editor. I'll do a VLOOKUP. So I now remove this group. Let's remove the grouping. Let's do a VLOOKUP by the account number. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll do a copy of this file. Or I'll duplicate this file. Just put this name new. यहाँ पे मैं source यहाँ पे क्या है? This is copy file. I'll do a normal file. I'll do an import. Again, press OK. So now I have my both files here. Now I want to merge this. Obviously एक unique identifier चाहिए, तो मैं account number as a unique identifier लेता हूँ. Okay. So I go for merge queries. Okay. So I do a merge queries as new. So एक नया query बन जाएगा. If you want to do standard also, it's fine. So this is the new one. This is the old one. Account number is my column that I want to do a VLOOKUP of. So I just select both the columns. Obviously same file है, तो 329 of 325 match दिया है. ठीक है. If you see here, there are multiple ways by which a VLOOKUP is done. Okay. Left outer is the common one that we use, which is left file, left value वो दूसरे में देता है and अपने को एक desired output देगा. Okay. Apart from that, there are various other. You can do a full outer. A full outer VLOOKUP is दोनों बाजू में जो भी differences है साथ में वो difference देगा. I'll have to get into it. Inner is some specific row matches. I'll just do the ones that we use the most. One is left outer and full outer. Left outer is our conventional formula. Full outer is both sides if there are any differences. It's like a table join. Anyone's done SQL, so language of join comes from there. Okay. So it's a table join mechanism. For we will be majorly using left outer and full outer. So I do a left outer here. So यहाँ पे मेरे को टेबल आ गया. मेरे को क्या आउटपुट चाहिए? CCOD न्यू में जितने भी मैचेस हुए अभी यहाँ पे मेरे को जो आउटपुट चाहिए वो मैं सिलेक्ट करूंगा. I don't think I can zoom. No. मेरे को क्या आउटपुट चाहिए? If I want the DP, I will select that DP. कहाँ गया DP? Drawing power. I want the account balance. I'll select the account balance. जो भी चाहिए मैं I'll remove this. And ये नए फाइल के आ गए. VLOOKUP okay. ये अकाउंट का नए फाइल में ये वैल्यूज है. मेरे को सारे वैल्यूज चाहिए, सारे वैल्यूज भी मैं प्लॉट कर सकता हूँ, बट आइडियली VLOOKUP में अपन कोई स्पेसिफिक वैल्यू ढूंढते रहते हैं. सो द थिंग इज यू कैन डू अ मल्टीपल हियर. सो व्हाट आइडियली द वे वी यूज इट इज ये महीने का, उसके बाद वाला महीना, उसके बाद वाला महीना, उसके बाद वाला महीना, merge it into one query and use it. Finally, you will have, we do it for sales also, sales of this month, next month, uske baad wala month, uske baad wala month, we take it, we get it in Excel. After that, you want to do more analysis, you can do more analysis also. You want to do a graph, you can do a graph, you can study balance movement, you want to study balance movement, everything is possible. 329, 329. So if you do a normal VLOOKUP, what does it do? जो भी match होता है वही output देता है. ठीक है, जिधर match नहीं हुआ उधर NA देगा, यहाँ पे blank आएगा. Okay. And if you do an outer, तो मतलब वहां पे भी same number में अगर कुछ मिल रहा है, so मतलब it is doing together. वहां पे भी अगर कोई same number मिल रहा है, तो वापस यहाँ पे blank output देगा. It will show a blank file against that blank line item. New, correct. So if I do a full outer VLOOKUP, what you are referring to is नए file में कुछ नया data है. If I do a full outer, मेरे को है ना नीचे वो 2 column देगा, not matched करके एक output देगा. And if I do a simple VLOOKUP, वो फिर तो यही बोल रहा है कि ये वाले file का उधर balance क्या है. Correct. Both ways it can be done. Automatically यहाँ पे line आ जाएगा और blank आएगा, not matched करके. No, here it's as per the structure that was there. Account number was here. These two are my new columns. No, it will come here down. इधर एक नया column में down आएगा and not match करके बाकी सब not match देगा. Old file में सब not match देगा, नए file में 2 account number दे देगा आपको. Full outer. If you want to do both matching together, do a full outer. If you want to do only one matching, then you left join. Again, a simple close and load will get everything together. That's the best part of it. Okay. Anything else that you want me to cover? You can sort it here. A simple sort you will do, it will be the top. Let's say I do a sort descending, I'll get the top accounts first. This is one file only. I'll do a close and load. This will be in one file. Everything will be in one file. You just, if you want the new data ka reference to be there, okay, then copy the query and then import. If you don't want, the old data reference to be there, copy the query and import. If you don't want that, then directly import it into the new, edit हो जाएगा query. So यहाँ पे मैंने क्या किया, पुराना query भी रहने दिया, नया query भी रहने दिया. Okay, और फिर दोनों को merge किया. This is a new tab only. But this is my merge query. This is my old file. This is my new file. Automatically it has given me 3 sheets, 3 workbooks. This is my merged. This is my old. This is my new. Cool. I'll do one folder import also, just in case you have to merge files. Just close this. Nothing there na in this. I'll just do one folder import. I mean, broadly, it's very intuitive. मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि difficult है. बहुत इंट्यूटिव है. आप जैसे जैसे करते जाओगे ना आपको समझते जाएगा कि अरे ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये हुआ, ऐसे हुआ, सॉल्व करो. और आफ्टर दैट यू ऑलवेज हैव गूगल. इफ कुछ छोटा मोटा है तो देयर आर इनफ नंबर ऑफ सॉल्यूशंस दैट आर अवेलेबल फॉर यू टू सॉल्व इट. इट्स वेरी इजीली अवेलेबल. वेरी, इतने वीडियोस भी यूट्यूब पे मिल जाएंगे सॉल्यूशन वाले कि आपको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगा. So I go to again data. I want to import a full folder. Okay, from file, I'll go for a folder. That folder. Let's say I want to import from this folder. Just press open. Okay. Now I want to transform. ये folder के अंदर मेरा PPT भी था, तो उसमें PPT भी ले लिया. So I'll just remove those. So I'll remove bottom rows. I'll remove 2 bottom rows. I press OK. Now I have these 2 txt files. I want to combine the files here. Okay. Both my files is combined. Again, I'll have to apply the same steps. Delimiter लगा दो, filter कर दो, काम हो गया. और बाजू में वो फाइल का नाम भी बता रहा है. यहाँ पे limited है. I'll open up the entire. I'll just do a close and load in between. So this is the copy file. And if I go on scrolling down, the second file that's there. Straight import हो गया. 10 फाइल है. 10 का स्ट्रक्चर सेम है. इंपोर्ट कर दो, सेम चीज करो. योर वर्क इज डन. फिर पता चला लेट्स से एक फाइल छूट गया. No problem. Just add that file to the folder. Refresh your query. Everything will come back as is. So मतलब just in case let's say I forgot, मैं एक और कॉपी बना देता हूँ इधर. Okay, कॉपी करके बना दिया मैंने एक और. I go back to my editor. Okay, again I go to my source. I go to browse. ये वाला नहीं था ना? No, sorry, wrong one. Bank Audit. आया 2 कॉपी नहीं आया. And I'll just change the source and then bring the source back again. अलग है ये. Browse. I go back to my bank audit. आ गया कॉपी वाला फाइल. रिमूव बॉटम रोज तो था ही. ओके, करेक्ट हो गया. फिल्टर्ड लिस्ट, चेंज टाइप. ओके, इसमें बाकी का भी आ जाएगा. I go home, I go close and load. I do a quick refresh. New rows have been added. 1700 rows हो गए अभी. Copy txt. Okay. So automatically it did it. I didn't have to do anything. मैं कुछ भूल गया था, ऐड करना था, सब ऐड हो गया. अभी मैं स्प्लिट करके सब करना है. उसके बाद भी मैंने ऐड किया, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. It will still take it. All the steps will be applied again to it. Okay. So it's a very beautiful tool. It simplifies a lot of stuff and it's easy. ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ difficult है. Okay. I hope everyone's been comfortable with these broad 2-3 things that I did. There are multiple things that you can do with this. Okay. There are a lot of things that you can do with this, to be very honest. Okay. You want to see it? Hopefully I'm carrying those files. कोई लाइव कंपनी नहीं दिखा सकता. In educational mode. I have something here. Dummy data. This is one dummy data. Hopefully dummy है. Okay, I've loaded one company in Tally. So let's go back now to Power Query. I'll open up an Excel again. Okay, for Tally, there is no straight connector. Apart from ODBC, if you want to do it from ODBC, you can do it. But ODBC has some limitations. So Tally में जो ODBC platform है, has some specific tables. So data can come in those specific format only. Okay, so that's a big limitation of ODBC. So we do it in a different way. So I'll go get data. I'll launch the query editor. I'll do a blank source now. Open up a blank query. So I'll just copy the query that I've. So stock summary, trial balance. Let's do a ledger extraction. So I copy paste this query through. 18-19 का date है. Ledger is cash. So two things that you have to change. I hope everyone can see it. Here, 18-19 is the period. The ledger that I've selected is cash. Okay. I'll just open up my tally data. क्या data period है इसका? कुछ नहीं है. 17. Okay, I'll just change the period here to 17-18. And guys, care has to be taken that the ledger name is absolutely the same. Not even cap small. It's even that error should not happen. Otherwise, query work nahi karega. Okay, so I do a done here. Okay, so now I see here voucher type. यही है 2017 impressed Vikram, conveyance details impressed Vikram 500 narration भी capture हो गया है. Okay, now let's do. मैं duplicate कर देता हूँ ये. Okay, मैंने एक नया entry add किया इधर. I do a refresh. तो close and load भी आ जाएगा. I added this 2000. No, let's do. हाँ 13 add किया था. Let's do कोई अलग amount. तो 10 रुपए add करते हैं. I go here. I just have to go to refresh. Here I see a refresh here. I just press a refresh. Automatically आ जाता है. Same thing can be done for TB. Same thing can be done for stocks. Okay. It's a straight link. Can multiple ledgers be done? No, right now it's only for one ledger. Okay. But it can be done for the full TB. हाँ. Understood. So yeah, you directly import the thing that we did. See, कोई भी फाइल आएगा ना TXT RPT 3 टाइप से इंपोर्ट होगा. पहला है डिलिमिटर जो हम लोग ने किया. दूसरा तरीका है फिक्स्ड विथ. ओके, वेयर वी डोंट हैव ऐसा के स्पेस के बात करना है. हम लोग को कुछ स्पेसिफिक कॉलम्स पे स्प्लिट करना है. एवरी 10th पे स्प्लिट करना है तो 10, 15. हाँ, सो फिर नया फाइल आया, अज्यूमिंग द फॉर्मेट इज सेम, आप खाली फाइल चेंज करो, सब काम हो जाएगा. या फिर वही क्वेरी को कॉपी करो दूसरे पे, वो हो जाएगा. हाँ. No, if structure changes, you will not be able to use the editor. You cannot use the query if structure is different. And remember one thing, once thing enters into Power Query, there is no manual editing possible. The only way I can edit is using formulas. That's a good and a bad thing. Great, so yeah, I can take out. So हम लोग ने तो पूरा बैलेंस शीट ऑटोमेट कर दिया, बाजू में ग्रुपिंग भी डाल दिया, बैलेंस शीट भी बन गया. It's very quick. I can just directly get my TB, बाजू में ग्रुपिंग डाल दिया, लास्ट ईयर का VLOOKUP मार के मर्ज क्वेरी करके रखा है, नए लेजर्स को मैन्युअली डालो, बैलेंस शीट बन जाएगा. It's very easy, quick. It's not at all difficult. And it's a live case. मतलब लास्ट मिनट पे क्लाइंट आके बोले ये खर्चा डालना है, करना है, निकालना है, फिर वापस सब बनाने का जरूरत नहीं. You have to just press a refresh. If there is a new account added, put the value to it. If amounts change, no problem. But if a new account is added, you'll have to group it and then close it. It's very, very comfortable. I hope everyone will be able to say the same thing. It's very, very comfortable. ऐसा नहीं है कि मैंने सीखा है it's Google only. The only thing is I did not take the easy way out. Excel guys will be the easiest way out. मतलब अगर Excel में जाओगे तो आप सबसे आसान काम कर रहे हो. अगर आप पावर क्वेरी से करने जाओगे तो डिफिकल्ट कर रहे हो लेकिन एक बार कर रहे हो. That's the difference. Okay. It may happen that you spend half a day for this tally queries. We have spent 10-15 days. Okay. But होने के बाद it's beautiful. It's helpful. Okay. Thank you. I think I have overshot my time. Great. Thanks for being such a patient audience and listening to me. Thank you. So Microsoft has launched Power Platforms, Power Pivot, Power Query, Power Automate, and Power BI. हर चीज का कुछ काम है. So Power BI, as the name stands, is business intelligence. So Power BI helps in making interactive charts. So मतलब मैं एक बार import करके लेके आया Power BI में, I click on something, जैसे country पे click किया, उसका sales dynamics आ गया, उसका profitability आ गया. So it's a very interactive, it's more storytelling, interactive chart. Power Automate is somewhere, let's say मेरे mail में file आया, मेरे को पता है क्या file है, credit करता है ना, credit, if you see credit को पता चल जाता है बैंक statement आ गया है, credit card statement आ गया और credit card statement has come, उसमें से वो सब निकाल के बोल देता है आपने खर्चा इधर किया है. That's Power Automate. You can do it for yourself also. बैंक statement आ गया, ये बैंक statement आएगा तो ऐसा Google Drive में डालो, ये analytics करो. Okay, that's Power Automate. Power Pivot is a advanced version of pivoting. You can do two pivots together. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Akash ji. It was pleasure learning from you about the Excel and Power Queries. I hope it would make everyone's work very easier. Hope the technical aspects of the Power Queries and everything has been delivered very efficiently. Thank you, sir, for your effective learning given to all of us. Thank you very much. I again thank everyone of the audience. First of all, they came and gave their valuable time. I thank all the office bearers of the WIRC who were there and who have organized such a beautiful event. I also thank the staff and what do you say, Mishra ji and everyone who have given the support of back-end support to organize this event very effectively. Thank you, everyone. So we will conclude this bank audit seminar with this. Thank you very much.